Good afternoon, members and everyone. We're going to get started again for the afternoon session. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And for those that didn't hear me this morning, welcome back to 2023 and Happy New Year, everyone. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting via their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All participants will automatically be muted upon entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by city staff, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Please use only one device at a time, as use of additional devices can cause static noise which may interfere with the audio of this hearing, and it can slow us down. To ensure further audio clarity, we suggest that you do not use the speaker phone function on your telephones. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline, and members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use the share screen option or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. City staff will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. For all of those who are waiting online, please ensure that you have called in with the phone number that you were originally registered with. If you call in on a different number, you will not be able to speak on this item. At this time, we wish to make an important land acknowledgement. We are grateful for the land that we are working and residing on, and we acknowledge that the land that we are meeting on today is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, or Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is now called to order. My name is Nadini Sankar Peralta, and I will be chairing today's meeting. And moving forward, I've been appointed to do so until a new chair is reappointed, as our beloved former chair, Alan Smithies, has indeed retired. Please bear with me as I attempt to fill some pretty big shoes. And joining us on today's panel are some amazing members. Member Nazila Atarodi West, Member Paul Kidd, Member Giuseppe Bartolo, and Member Natasha Manning. City staff are also present: Deputy Secretary Treasurer Simon Lamb, and planning staff Alex Chu, Sam Mozoyani, Daphne Davis, and Irving Bridgeraj. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Receiving a copy of the Committee of a Decision means that anyone attending today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Ensure that you include your name, your address, your email. address as well, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, the TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or the TLAB, in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28, 2022, only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. The hearing procedures are as follows. I will call each item in order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair if they still wish to speak to the item. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into the committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, is given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will ask you to summarize your remarks when you are reaching the 5-minute mark without exception. When addressing the committee, please state clearly your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters described in the application only. The applicant or agent proceeds first and will make their presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. To ensure that the revised application is accurate, and to all those entitled to notice of the application as are informed of the changes, the committee may decide to defer the application if it has been substantially revised. Then, individuals either in support or opposition of the application will be invited to speak. If more than one individual wishes to speak to this application, we ask that you try not to repeat the points already made by others. Committee of members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will have an opportunity to rebut only the issues that were raised by the previous speakers within a time frame of 5 minutes. This will mark the end of the discussion on the item, and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. And before we get started today, I just wanted to, for the PM session, just wanted to make sure that members, does anyone have a conflict of interest anyone would like to declare? And I see Mr. Kidd raises his hand. Yes, Mr. Kidd, please move forward. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 24 GlenAllen Road. I'm acquainted with the agent.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Kidd will recluse himself for item number 24 as he is aware of the agent, of this file. Okay, anyone else? And I have no conflicts of interest to declare. So with that, if you give me 1 moment, I need to get some information here and we'll begin. Okay, thank you for that. At this time, I'd like to ask the Deputy Secretary Treasurer. I understand that there's a couple of requests for deferrals, and I think that's beginning with item number 24.
That's correct, Madam Chair. We have 2 deferrals for this afternoon.
So, Mr. Member Kidd, it looks like number 24 may be deferred. So I'll bring forward the agent, and the agent is Mr. Peter Higgins. Mr. Higgins, are you there?
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Member Kidd should still recuse himself.
Oh, for this one? Okay, thank you so much for that. Member Kidd, if you wouldn't mind, thank you. Okay, he's gone. Mr. Higgins, are you there?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And if you can state your name and address just for our records.
Of course. Peter James Higgins of Peter Higgins Architect Incorporated, 69 Douglas Drive, Toronto, Mary 4, Walter 2, Bob 2.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Higgins, can you explain why you would like this application deferred?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's quite straightforward. We disagree with the zoning examiner's calculations, and we have also some calculations with regards to the survey numbers that don't seem to be quite jiving. So we have been checking those, and it's, although quite a simple application, we think it's best for the committee to hear with the proper numbers. And we have informed the neighbors that we are deferring. And, you know, we don't see any opposition, but at the same time, we think it's best to just get things right. So I'm sorry for the deferral, but I think it's necessary.
Thank you for that. And I don't see any neighbors that have come forward today to talk to this application. So with that, members, do you have any questions for Mr. Higgins at this time? Okay, noting no questions, can I get a motion on this deferral today? Member Bartolo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'll put forward a motion to defer this application sine die to allow the applicant to check those figures and coordinate with the city.
Okay, thank you. Motion from Member Bartolo to defer and seconded by Member Attarodi. All those in favor? Okay, that has unanimously been passed. Your application, Mr. Higgins, has been deferred. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and all the best in your new position.
Okay, thank you, and Happy New Year, sir. Okay,
Same to you.
I'll ask Member Kidd to return, and we have another deferral that is being requested, and I will double check with our Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
Yes, Madam Chair, it's item 27, 369 Millwood.
Okay, 369 Millwood is item number 27, and on here we've got an agent by the name of David Engelman. Mr. Engelman, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. David Eagleman, Senior Planner with Design Plan Services, 900 The East Mall, Suite 300.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eagleman. Can you give us an idea of why you would like to defer this application today?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, we have been in discussions with planning staff to try and satisfy them in regards to the proposal, and those discussions have been going very well. And we actually made revisions to the proposal that were to planning satisfaction. However, we needed to obtain a new zoning notice to confirm the revisions to the variances as a result of the revised plans. We have obtained a zoning notice prior to today. However, that notice identified a new variance we need that variance for the proposal, and that variance is now not identified on the public notice. So as a result, improper notice has not necessarily improper notice, but a new variance has been identified that we now need, and it's not reflected on the public notice.
Okay, that's understood. Thank you for that. Members, do you have any questions of Mr. Eagleman? We do not have anyone else to speak to this item. If no questions, can we entertain a motion to defer? Okay, Member Attarodi had her hand up first. Go ahead.
So, to you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to defer the application sine die so that the applicant have enough time to further develop the application.
Absolutely. Motion from Member Attarodi to defer. Can I have someone to second that motion, please? Seconded by Member Manning. All those in favor? Okay, your deferral has been unanimously approved. Mr. Eagleman, thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Mr. Secretary, Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have any files to be withdrawn or closed at this time or further?
We do not.
Okay, thank you so much. Then, members, I would ask you to turn over to the first item of the afternoon session's agenda, and that is item number 22. Thank you. And item number 22 is number 140 Bowie Avenue. And before I call on the agent, I just want to make sure I share with you that this is a proposal to construct a two-story rear addition, a second-story addition, a new integrated garage, a new front porch, and a new rear deck to an existing dwelling. There are 10 variances that are noted on the file, and there's one letter of objection. Transportation Services does have a report of January 12th that recommends deferral. And to note, there's some notations around the variances for that as well. We do have a couple of other folks here that are area residents wishing to speak to this application, and the agent is Ida Evangelista. Ms. Evangelista, welcome back to the afternoon session. If you could state your name and address again for the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Ida Evangelista, 53 Bedford Avenue, Toronto, M6A, 1 Peter 5.
Thank you. In light of all of what's being suggested by Transport and other speakers that are here, if you're able to speak to this application and if there's modifications, please let us know as well.
Yes, Madam Chair. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, sorry, because I'm hearing echoing. That's why I wasn't sure. So, I did review the memorandum from Transportation, and they want us to increase the width of the driveway. However, if we increase the width of the driveway, we're decreasing the landscaping. And I know that was one of the comments that the neighbor made about the land, because we are slightly below what the permitted is. So, and I will add that the garage door is 8 feet 3 inches, which allows for a regular sized car. And the width of the driveway does permit a car to, easily access. They also had a comment regarding the entry, the curb cut at the road, 6 meters. That's no problem at all. We will be doing that, and that's what we will be submitting when we submit to our municipal road damage deposit, and site plan will address that comment. So for their deferral, through you, Madam Chair, members, I really would respectfully like to proceed. So that being said, if you have my submission that I made that goes through all the variances. So in this particular area, we have a variety of homes. This is an area that, people are moving into. There's reinvestment, a lot of reinvestment starting to happen here with new builds and in alterations and additions. And in this case, what we are proposing is an addition to the existing house. Now, through my presentation, I hope I will also address the Grande family, who does have some concerns, I know, with the delivery of oil to their home and so on and so forth. So I do want to state that the side yards that are currently there are remaining. At the addition, the addition that we are proposing on this home, we are increasing the side yard because currently our side yards are 0.31 on the east side, and we are proposing 0.34 on the side. We are increasing it slightly. So I believe there will be, space for maintenance to both homes. So many of the variances are happening because of it is an addition. We are using and working with an existing structure. So variance number one, you'll see that the east side setback for the platform at the front yard is 0.3 meters. And it's just right where we have a front porch. It's the entrance into the home. And I believe that also increases. It's a larger increase to what is existing at this moment. Variance number two is the setback that is existing. We are running the addition in line with the existing home, and that's why we are asking for variance 2. You'll also see variance 3 and 9. Also, again, because we are running the addition to the existing home, it actually triggers variances. Because back in the day, it was our bylaws were very different than what they are today, and we are trying to be consistent with the home itself. However, even though that we are doing an addition to this home, we are not exceeding the length of the home. We do have a side exterior main wall height. And that is because what we're doing here is we're proposing a flat roof house. So that side exterior main wall height, 9.71, if you refer to the front elevation, and I also included it on page 4, you'll see that there is a lower portion and a higher portion to the house. And you will note that the 9.71 is actually to the top of the architectural feature on the east side. It then drops down to approximately 9.09 on the rear, as the grading is different. The entrance of 1.28, that is consistent with homes in the neighborhood. That is the character of the neighborhood. And as you see on page 1, it's the same pedestrian entrance that it currently has. We're just running in line with the existing entrance. And on our
I'll ask you, Ms.
as I explained, so what we are proposing, I respectfully submit that is very desirable and appropriate use of the land. And it is a very minor form of intensification. This area, as I mentioned, is going through regeneration, reinvestment, and in my opinion, it does meet the 4 tests.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Members, do you have any questions of Ms. Evangelista? Yes, Mr. Member Kidd, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is with regard to variance number 9. Minimum required setback is 1.07, and the proposed setback is 1.04. I'm just looking at the survey. There's an easement along the west side of the house that's 1.07 wide. So 3 centimeters of the requested a variance to the house would be in the right of way between those 2 houses, which we can't approve an encroachment into a right of way.
Yes, absolutely. Through you, Madam Chair, Member Kidd. Yes, exactly. So the lot. Just bear with me for 1 second. The lot narrows a little bit at the back, so where the easement is and where it ends, that will remain at 1.07. That will not change. We will not be encroaching the easement at all. Beyond that, the wall, the property line does kind of skew in a little bit, and that's why there's that pinch point at the very rear northwest corner is where that 1.04 is, and that's just because the lot line just tapers in slightly. But where the easement is, that will not be encroached whatsoever.
You realize the way the requested variance is worded, that it could be implying that we're suggesting you can build on the right of way.
Through you, Madam Chair, Member Kidd, what we could do is we could tie the site plan we can tie the site plan to the decision, and that way because on the site plan it does show that we do have 1.07 where the right of way is, and then it shows the 1.04 on the northwest corner, just that pinch point right there. And I respectfully, in my opinion, hope if we could tie the site plan, we would be quite comfortable with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other members wishing to ask any questions before we move on? Yes, Member Manning, go ahead.
I'm just hoping for a further explanation in regards to variance number 8.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, variance number 8, that's the deck off of the kitchen area. So I know the way it's written, it states above the second story. So just bear with me for 1 second. So if we take a look at the rear elevation, you'll see that the deck is off of the main floor. And that is what we can do, because I do know that one of the other comments that the neighbor on the east side made was privacy. So the decking off of the kitchen, the main floor, what we could do is we could provide privacy screening of their choice. It could be opaque glass, or it could be, I recommend vegetative screening. So we have no balconies on the second floor. It's just the way it's worded. It's a little askew.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? Does that answer your question, Member Manning? Okay. All right. So we have a number of persons wishing to speak to this application, and I'll just double check if this first one is in any way related to the application as an owner, etc. But we've got a Maria Grande Vaiticunas. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Hello?
Hi, good day.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Maria Grande Vaiticunas. I live at 342 Beresford Avenue, and I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Antonia Grande. She's the owner of 138 Bowie Avenue.
Right, thank you so much. And what are your concerns today about this application?
I have several concerns. The first concern that goes with number 1 is it looks like there will not be enough clearance for fuel to be delivered to the house. The way the proposal is stated, it would leave an entrance of under 1 foot rather than 24 inches. I did call McDougall Energy and I asked them how much space they need in order to supply the fuel, and they said at least 24 inches. That's for number 1. Should I go on to number 2?
Yes, please. Please continue.
Yes, number 2, the proposed east side yard setback for the rear platform of 0.34 meters or 1.2 2 feet will reduce the privacy and enjoyment of our backyard. And I think the lady who spoke before me addressed that at the time. Number 4, the reduction in front yard soft landscaping area of 64.4% doesn't comply with the intent of the cited bylaw. So less front yard soft landscaping area will make the property less visually appealing and not environmentally prudent. So the reduction of soft landscaping will increase the amount of surface runoff water, and this will set a precedent for future development in the neighborhood, which may potentially result in an amount of water runoff that is beyond the capacity of the municipal sewer system. And with number 5, I think safety is of a major concern because of the way the 138 is structured. Our home has on the west side, which would be I guess, beside 140 Bowie. We have a functioning chimney, and it has 2 flues that service a working fireplace and serve as an exhaust for our oil furnace. Now, this chimney is located on the west side of the house, and it's adjacent to the east side of the proposed structure at 140 Bowie Avenue. The new building elevation will tower over our bungalow and will be exceedingly higher than our chimney. And according to the Ontario Building Code, the clearance height of our existing chimney as the proposed structure will be less than 10 feet from our home, and our chimney will not extend the required 2 feet above the adjacent building. Because our home is on the north side of the road and located east of the proposed towering building, the winds coming from the west will create a downdraft, and this will cause a risk of fire or carbon monoxide poisoning, just because of the way the chimney will be. We will experience snow loading on our roof, chimney and eaves troughs due to the lack of clearance between the 2 houses. Icicles might form on the towering new structure, and they might fall and cause damage to the roof and eaves troughs. In addition, we're losing natural light. On that side of our house, we have several windows and mature, well-established grapevines in the rear of the backyard. And so the height of this proposed structure will block the sun that our grapevines require to thrive. And yes, let's see, number 7, the proposed floor space index of 0.95 times the area of the lot will make the lot look crowded and is not in keeping with the general character of a neighborhood that is predominantly single-family residential. And number 8, I think that was also spoken to. The proposed area of each platform at or above the 2nd story is more than 3 times the maximum area that is permitted. So it's kind of excessive. Some of the variances seem to be excessive. So overall, the requested variances will greatly impact our ability to use and enjoy our adjacent property. We will lose light, airspace, and privacy. Many of the proposed variances are excessive in nature and pose a threat to the health and safety of the occupants of our home at 138 Bowie. The proposed structure at 140 Bowie Avenue will impact our ability to receive fuel to heat our home, as we will not have the clearance required for delivery. Maintenance issues on the west side of 138 Bowie could be problematic. In addition,
I'll ask
an
you to
excessively
summarize,
large
please.
neighboring structure would cause our chimney to be in violation of the Ontario Building Code. So,
Okay,
so
that takes
I
us to
think
the end.
these are our main concerns.
All right, thank you so much.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you
Yes.
very well. I just wanted to double check that you said that you were speaking on behalf of your mom. Was your mom Irma Grande Bergeret?
No.
That's
Irma is my sister.
okay.
Chesidio or Ches is my brother. My mother is Antonia Grandi.
Okay, so they will each be speaking separately on this application too, or are you representing everyone?
Yes, pretty much. We did already speak together as a family.
Okay.
So these are pretty much our concerns. I don't know if they would like to add anything else.
Okay, I'll ask them individually, but first let me ask committee members if there are any questions
Yes.
for Ms. Grande Veitekumas.
Yes.
Okay, no questions coming forward. So I'll ask then for planning staff to bring on Irma Grande Bergeret. Ms. Bergeret, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, and I understand that your sister has already sort of spoken on behalf of
Yes.
the family, but is there, and if you could actually first of all state your name and address for the record?
Yes, I will. My name is Irma Grande Bergeret. I live at 36 Broughton Drive in Palgrave, Ontario.
Great. Is there anything else that you would like to add that wasn't already said from your sister?
No, Madam Chair. She spoke very well on behalf of the family. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next, we'll move on to Cecidio Grande. This is the brother of Maria who just spoke as well. Cecidio Grande, are you there?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair. How are you today?
Very good, thank you. Sir, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Chisidio Grande, and I live at 27 Lelands Road, Maple, Ontario, postal code L6A0P5.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, I think you've heard what your two sisters have indicated. Is there anything else that you'd like to add that hasn't already been, shared with the committee today?
No, I think my sisters have done a wonderful job in expressing our concerns. That of safety and excessive building next to us, which is not really, I think for the area, healthy. Other than that, my sister Maria and my sister Irma have summarized our concerns for my mother as well.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, and I'll ask committee members, do you have anything that you'd like to add ask of Mr. Chisidio Grande? Okay, no questions coming from the committee members at this time. I'd like to thank you and the family for coming forward to share your concerns. Thank you so much. And now we'll take it back to the agent, Ms. Evangelista. I think you've heard what this family has had to say. I'll give you 5 minutes to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can understand the Grande's family's concerns regarding the new build, and especially when it comes to relating to the chimney. So I have spoken to the owners, and they are willing to raise their chimney, so there will be no backdraft or no concerns, and that will help them with that. That is something, and as the members know, I always stand to my word, and I will set up a meeting and meet with them, and within the next week or so with the owners when they return from vacation. So in that, I will have that addressed. So now that brings us to the space between the two homes, right? So if you pull up the survey, you'll see that they currently have 0.34 at the rear of their property and 0.37 at the front of their property on the west side. I cannot determine what the east side has, but I can confirm the west side. So, and what we are asking for is we are consistent with what is currently there. So the one thing that I somewhat perplexed about is how do they deliver fuel now? Because they also have a pinch point, which brings in that westerly wall even further. So there's no space. So I would have to guess that perhaps they deliver on the east side. So, that being said, there will be no fencing between those two homes. So there will still be access for space and maintenance and safety. The privacy, I did address earlier through one of the questions from the members. We are willing to put privacy screen. Again, when we talk to them about the chimney, we can discuss, which type of privacy they prefer, be it opaque window or I should say glass or vegetation. Now the snow. So what we have now, we are building on. The space is the space between the two homes will carry on as is. We do have a flat roof. We are, as we all know, when we go to building permit stage, we do have to provide a lot grading and drainage plan. All water, everything has to be maintained on its own lot. It cannot, it cannot slope to the neighboring properties. You have to be able to maintain it on your own property. So that too will be addressed. Our FSI, when you take a look at the actual number, it does, kind of seem a little precarious. However, when we look at the building, and that's because, it's the 2 floors. This is a neighborhood, as I previously mentioned, that is going under reinvestment and regeneration. A lot of the homes here are all bungalows, and these guidelines stem from, years ago when this area was built up. However, if we take a look at the footprint of the main floor, it is 0.47. which is well below the permitted 0.80. Now, I did, when visiting the site, I did notice that there is a very small window that they have near the back of the house, but as I previously mentioned, it could be maybe about 2 by 2 in size. However, as I previously mentioned, there is, between the two homes, there is enough space, again, to allow for maintenance and walkthrough. So I believe I addressed all their concerns. This will be something that, in relation to the chimney, this will be something that I will be talking to them about. So I trust if the members, Madam Chair, if yourself or the members have any further questions, I am open to answer.
Okay, thank you so much.
And just...
Yes, so members, do you have any questions of Ms. Evangelista? Yes, Member Kidd, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to belabor this, the right-of-way thing, but I'm looking at the site plan. There's nothing on the site plan to indicate that the house, the addition, does not encroach into the right-of-way. I know we're only talking about an inch here, but I am kind of leery of approving a bylaw exemption that would cause you to encroach into the right-of-way. However, I'm just saying, tying the decision to complying with the site plan. The site plan actually shows the addition, a small sliver of the addition going into the right-of-way. But is there any, like I say, it's a small issue. Is there anything so crucial about this 3 centimeters that is absolutely essential for the development?
Through you, Madam Chair, Member Kidd, no, there is not. And if we would like to remove that variance, we could do that. If you feel more comfortable around that, we can do that.
Thank you. Could you also just explain one more time for me your position on the transportation report? I wasn't quite clear whether you were willing to make the changes requested by transportation.
Through you, Madam Chair, Member Kidd. So they made a comment that right now, I believe the entry from the street is at 8 meters, and it must not exceed 6 meters, which we are in agreement to. We will do that, and we will have to do that when we submit the site plan to transportation for their approval. We are asking for a driveway width of 3.05, undersized. And the reason why we're asking for a slightly undersized driveway width is to allow for more landscaping, right? Because if we increase it, then our landscaping decreases. And I know that was one of the concerns that the neighbor had. However, our driveway width is undersized. However, our garage is not. We have a standard size garage door. So we've just made the driveway smaller to allow for more landscaping, permeable surface. Does that satisfy?
Thank you for that.
My question? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Members, do we have any other questions, comments?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I just verify again through you which variance is being removed, like number-wise?
9.
I had
Variance
believed
number
that
9.
it was at the request, if it was requested that it would be removed, not that.
I thought the agent said she would do it willingly.
May I speak?
Yes,
Yes.
please
Am I
go
allowed?
ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes. Simon, Member Kidd had a concern with that side yard. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so if they want to refuse that variance, they can either refuse that particular variance or I can remove it, whichever you prefer.
Okay, I don't think it's up to us to dictate what you do. If there is
I
something.
will okay, I will remove it.
Okay, so this is variance number, is it?
Variance
10?
number, variance number 9.
9, okay.
Through you, and I believe, let's confirm that with Member Kidd, that was his initial concern. Variance number 9, where the west side yard setback, we're proposing 104, whereas permitted is 107. So if we remove variance number 9, I believe that addresses Member Kidd's concern.
That's correct, Mrs. Angelisa.
Okay.
Okay, so are there any other questions from members? Member Attarodi, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, I have a question regarding variance number 1 and 2. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is the east side yard setback the concern of the neighbor on number that talked earlier? I think number 38, or?
Through you, Member. Oh, my apologies. Sorry.
Please go ahead.
Through you, there. Oh, sorry. Through you, Member. Sorry, Chair, Madam Chair. Tongue-tied today. Boy, oh boy. I believe they had concern because when when you read through the variances, they had concern with the side yard setback in its entirety. But we're keeping that. We're keeping the home as it is. We're just building onto it.
Okay.
Because the platform, we have increased it. We brought the platform even further in.
So the east side yard setback is an existing situation?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions from members or from staff? Okay. There being none, it seems like we do have a lot to sort of contemplate with respect to the various concerns that we'd heard from neighbors. Transportation, there is variance number 9 that has been removed. I'll leave it now to committee members to go into decision making, and I'll await a motion when you're ready.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Matarodi, go ahead.
Yes, I know everyone are waiting for the motion, but I have another question regarding variance 3. If applicant remove variance number 9, does it affect variance number 3 as well? If you can ask from the applicant.
I'll ask her to respond.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Evangelista.
Uh,
Variance number 3 talks to.
Yeah, that. Yes, then what will happen is the proposed west side yard setback for the platform will increase to 1.07.
Okay, so variance number 3 is increased to.
Variance number 3
Yeah.
increases to 1.07, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Evangelista, and thank you, Member Atarodi. And can I get a motion, please? Member Kidd, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application. I think as revised, it meets the 4 tests. I'd like to accept the application with following revisions. Variance number 3 to read the proposed west side yard setback for the platform located at the rear would be 1.07 meters. And delete item number 7, variance number 7, and subject to a condition that the site plan be revised to demonstrate that the entire existing and proposed curb cut width, the total curb cut width be a maximum of 6 meters and a maximum of 6 meters, and not to be exceeded. I'm just reading off that transportation report. But at any rate, conditional to the transportation condition number 2 set out in their conclusions report dated January 12th.
Okay, and just to clarify, Member Kidd, you said that she's removing variance number 7, but I recall she had said variance number 9. So maybe perhaps you meant to say variance number 9? You're muted, sir.
Variance number 9, you're correct.
That's correct. Okay, so a motion from Member Kidd to approve this application with and of course the changes made to variances number 3 and the removal of variance number 9, and subject to specific conditions as he has outlined with respect to the transportation report. And do I have someone to second that motion? Seconded by Member Bartolo. All those in favor? And all those opposed? Okay, dissenting is Member Atarodi and Member Manning. So you guys are leaving a lot of work for me to do today. But what I will do is I stand by Member Kidd's motion, and I'll motion to approve that as well. So I'm in favor of that. So Ms. Evangelista, your application has been approved with those conditions, and I do hope that you do discuss the privacy screens with the neighbors as well as talk to them about the chimney height. You said very soon. I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Most definitely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, have a great day. Okay, now we've moved on to item number 23, members. This is number 26 Buckingham Avenue. This is a proposal to construct a front 2-story addition, a side 2-story addition, and a basement addition. Members, I want to draw to your attention that we have 8 variances and a staff report of January 12th. And staff was recommending a specific condition be attached. There is also a transportation services report, but there's no objections that are noted there. And so the agent here today, there's no one to speak to this application, but there is Stephen Lindy as the agent. Stephen Lindy, Mr. Lindy, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello. Can you state your name and address for our records, please?
My name is Stephen Lindy, Lindy, architect and agent of the proposal. I am located at 48 Bedford Park Avenue in Toronto. M5M is in Mary, 1H Harry 9.
Okay, thank you so much. Members, I just wanted to note that no one is here to speak to this application. Do you require a presentation? Okay, members are saying they don't require a presentation. Mr. Lindy, is there anything that you would like to share with the members before they take this into committee for decision making?
Well, I did prepare through you, Madam Chair. I have made a presentation. I'm prepared to present with my 5 minutes, but if there's no, if you want to go straight into committee, that's fine.
You're more than welcome to use your time however you'd like to. If you'd like to share something, that's fine. Members say that they pretty much understand the application, but it's up to you.
I'll do the presentation.
Sure, go ahead.
The reason for my request for the presentation is that we're actually deleting variance item number 7 for driveway width.
Thank you. Go ahead. What are the modifications that you're making on this?
Move number 7, please, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so variance number 7 is around the permitted maximum floor space index. So it was 0.95 times the area, and you are deleting that, you're saying? Or you're modifying it?
Madam Chair, variance number 7 only.
Sorry.
The width of the driveway.
Okay, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong. Okay.
The requested variance number 7 for driveway width is not required.
Yes, sorry about that. I was pulling up a previous application. So it is a maximum of 3.6 meters. Would you like to tell us all of the changes that you're making to your application here today?
Yes, that's the only change, Madam Chair, to just delete number 7.
Okay, so variance number 7 is deleted.
The existing driveway complies to the bylaw.
Okay, and you may continue with your presentation.
Thank you. If I may ask the committee staff to open our supporting material dated January 10th. Thank you. On our applicant's submittal, supporting material, page 1, starting with the site plan, the existing is a 2-story detached dwelling. The yellow-toned areas are the proposed front and side additions. The proposed is a 2-story front addition and a 2-story side west addition and a below-grade addition at rear. The requested variance number 2 and 3, respectively, for building length and building depth are due to below-grade additions. The zoning bylaw does not exclude, in other words, includes the below-grade length and depth. Without the below-grade portions, this proposal would comply to the bylaws for length and depth. The length of the house above grade is 13.59 meters. The area below grade that projects past the rear wall of the house is to contain a recreation space. There will be no volume or structure visible above grade. So the requested variances for depth and length do not adversely affect the neighborhood. There is a staff report from community planning. The staff report from planning, as I quote, the intent of regulating the front yard setback of a dwelling is to help maintain consistent patterns of built form and of open space in the front yard. The proposed front yard setback is to accommodate a minor 2-story front addition that replaces the existing porch. The majority of the dwelling would have a front yard setback of approximately 8.4 meters and complies to the zoning bylaw. The Planning staff recommendation is that the front yard setback be developed in accordance with the site plan drawing attached to this report. This condition of approval of front yard setback being tied to the site plan is acceptable to us. There is also a report from Transportation Planning. They stated they had no objections. And as we stated, we would delete the driveway width item and the interior parking dimension. We have confirmed with discussions with traffic planning that the parking space is functional. On the second page, you can see the front elevation. The front and side additions again are toned yellow. The proposed will fit very well into the pattern of development of the community. The front and side will make the existing flat facade more articulated and will add a visual interest to the house. As a result, this will improve the overall streetscape. On the third page, there is a mapping of the immediate area. The top map identifies houses with similar side yard setbacks. The property has already been approved for 0.47 side yard. We are requesting 0.42, and this is due to the eaves projection dimension, according to the zoning examiner's review. The proposed side wall on the site plan is set back 0.47, same as what has already been approved for this property. The bottom map on the same page identifies houses in the neighborhood with similar front additions and articulated facades as opposed to flat facades. On the fourth page is the existing house and the adjacent neighbors. On pages 5, 6, and 7, we photographed examples of houses with similar garages on the side with second floor above and houses on the street that already have a more visually interesting articulated front elevations. In summary, we submit that the proposed variances are minor. The proposed addition maintains the house and maintains the character of the house in the neighborhood. By maintaining the existing house and by adding on to the existing rather than a complete new build, we believe this will better fit into the existing fabric of the neighborhood. Finally, we believe that the proposed variances meet the 4 tests of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions of Mr. Lindy? Okay, there being none, Mr. Lindy has removed variance number 7. And just to remind you that there is a staff report just with one condition and no concerns from transport. Can I get a motion, please? Motion from Member Bartolo. You're muted, sir.
Sorry, I was muted there. Through you, Madam Chair, I accept the arguments put forward by the applicant here and concur with the staff report, especially as it relates to the front yard setback and that small bump out for the front entrance. I don't see it having an adverse impact on the local neighborhood. Therefore, I will put forward a motion to approve this application subject to variance number 7 being removed and it being tied to the site plan attached to this report.
Thank you, Member Bartolo. Can I have someone to second this motion, please? Seconded by Member Attarodi. All those in favor? Sir, your application has been unanimously approved, subject to those conditions as outlined by Mr. Bartolo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, members, as you are aware, item number 24 has been deferred. So let's move on to item number 25, which is 47 Glengowan Rd. And this is to construct a second and third story addition. Please note, members, that there is a staff report recommending that specific modifications be made to the application, and we can ask the applicant about that here today, as well as one condition or a couple of conditions. And then there is transportation services that had specific comments and requests. They had no objections, but they did put forward some comments to be adopted. And TRCA had no objections, and that there are also 8 letters of support for this application on file. So with that, there's no one else to speak to the application, but I'll call upon the agent, Mr. Terrell Wong, Mr. Wong, are you there?
You hear me?
Yes.
can't
Oh,
hear
it's
anyone
a
else.
Miss Wong,
Oh.
Terrell Wong.
It's,
Okay.
that's all right. I get mixed up all the time.
Okay.
So it's my name is Tyrrell Wong. I live at 12 St. Andrews Gardens, and I run Stone's Throw Design, and I'm the agent for the applicant. Yes, that's how it
Okay.
goes.
Let me just double check with staff members. Do we require I think for this one, maybe we should give a little bit of a presentation because of
Sure.
some of the concerns that Transport had put in. I mean, they've just given some just general conditions, but let's get a little bit of a presentation before we move forward. Go ahead.
Sure. The house was built approximately 100 years ago, and the current layout is not accommodating the modern lifestyle that the family needs as they grow. And in order to minimize our carbon footprint, we're proposing to keep the existing solid masonry structure of the entire building and rebuilding the interior. So you'll notice from the thing that there's not a lot of additions to it that are actually making the footprint bigger. In fact, we make the first floor smaller. This will minimize the disruption on the site, and there will be no need for extensive excavation and shoring. We're proposing an addition over the one-story garage and the kitchen on the east side of the building, and we're also adding height to the rear of the building on the existing third floor. From the front, the changes are in keeping with the streetscape. These can be seen in the photo streetscape images on my file. These were the later files that were handed in showing some of the changes we worked on with the planners. To better integrate the design into the existing building, we're using matching materials of brick. The proposed hip roof matches the existing one, but it's lower over the garage, the second story over the garage, to reduce the overall street massing and to highlight the existing structure. We're enlarging the existing dormer on the front elevation, but the rest of the front living space on the third floor is hidden under the existing roof. The house is situated on the top of a substantially sloped site. With our landscape architect, we've been in close talks with conservation to develop an acceptable conservation plan. Our goal is to maintain most of the existing retaining walls to reduce disturbance to the existing hill. The slope of the grade behind the house is such that there's approximately 36-foot height difference between the ground floor of 47 Glengowan and the ground floor of the house on the street below. Privacy is not an issue as views to the house of the south are obstructed by this large slope, as well as extensive planting and trees that are existing in the area. Our proposed deck on the third floor has been pulled back with discussions with the planner from the side yards to provide more privacy. The west side is set back behind an existing hip roof, so does not require privacy screening. The east side we're going to propose, it's been pulled back 2.55 meters, but we're going to propose that a privacy screen is installed. In discussions with the city planner, Denise McMullen, 2 changes were made to the original submission. The changes are shown on the updated drawings that you have, and they were on the file on December 19th. These changes are: the third floor exterior wall on the east side of the building was pulled away from the property line from 0.7 meters to 1.64 meters away from the property line. This does not change any of the requested variances, but does reduce the volume and massing of the third floor. The other change is that the third floor rear deck was reduced to a size of 10.5 meters squared, pulling it back from the side yard and shrinking it in area. So that would only make a change to what is known as number 3, I believe, on the ZAP that was dated October 14th last year. So we have reached out to all of the neighbors in the area. As you can see, we have several positive notices on file. So I think we've done our due diligence in all aspects. With regards to transportation, I was aware of the comments, but I don't know their specifics. So if they could be repeated today, that would be great.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, thank you so much for that. And in terms of the transportation services report, maybe if I can ask city staff to put that up, that they had, the agent would like to take a look at that. So that they just had the conditions, let's see. That's while that's being pulled up. Transport Services sent in a January 12th report just basically saying,
Oh, yeah, right.
yeah,
We're planning to put a parking space in that location.
yeah.
I think it will fit and get the proper permits to do so.
Right.
We have increased the front yard landscape open area from the original design by adding more soft landscaping in the front as well.
Right.
So
okay,
they
so
would like
overall,
to
they
keep
don't have
this
any
parking.
Yeah. All right. So that being said, members, do you have any questions of Ms. Wong at this time? No questions noted.
Madam Chair,
yes?
can I ask a question?
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
I just want to verify through you, Madam Chair, if the applicant is intending to make any changes.
Perhaps Ms. Wong, if you can respond to that and confirm if there are any
Yeah.
changes.
The only changes would be to the variance number 3, I believe, where the back third floor deck is 10.5 meters squared instead of 18 meters squared.
I think that's variance 2.
That's, yeah, that's
Oh,
not.
2. Sorry, variance 2. Sorry, I have it wrong then. Variance 2.
Okay, so variance number 2, you're saying it's going to be now how many square meters?
10.5 square meters.
Okay, so it's being reduced from 18.23 square meters to 10.5 square meters.
Square meters. And we've also, although it does not change any variances, we have provided drawings showing the east wall of the third floor being pulled in, and that distance is 1.64 meters from the property line. So the third floor east side wall, the setback from the side yard will now be 1.64. Because the other walls below it are 0.7 meters away, and that's an existing condition, well, it's an existing condition on the first floor, that will remain. But on the third floor, we're pulling it back.
Is there what variance is that it's being?
It doesn't affect the variance because of the floors below.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't change any variances. What it does is it reduces the massing of the building overall. This is what in the discussions with Denise, we had discussed how we could reduce and address her concerns, and she was satisfied with the changes that we made. And those are in the drawings that were added to the C of A file on December 19th.
So no other variance changes except for number 2, and that's it, right?
That's it.
Okay, great. Committee members, do you have any questions or comments for Ms. Wong at this time? There being none and there's no one to speak to this application, can I get a motion knowing that there's changes, there's 8, just variance number 2 has been revised, 8 letters of support, and just the comments from transportation as well as the staff report. Can I get a motion, please? Member Bartolo with a motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'm going to put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the following revisions. Variance number 2 be modified from 18.23 square meters to 10.5 square meters, that the proposal be developed in accordance with the site plan drawings and in accordance with the east and west elevation drawings attached to the January 19th report, and subject to the conclusions of the transportation services memo attached.
Thank you. motion from Member Bartolo to approve this application with the conditions that he's outlined. Can I get someone to second this motion, please? Seconded by Member Manning. All those in favor? Okay, your application has been unanimously approved, Ms. Wong, with those conditions. Thank you so much. I think you have another item coming up, so we'll look out for you then.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank
thank
you. Have a good day.
You
Bye-bye.
too. Bye-bye. So moving on, members, we are at item number 26 at this moment, and item number 26 is 11 Vonda Avenue. Please note that this is a proposal to construct a new dwelling. There are seven variances that have been noted, and there has been one letter of objection, and forestry conditions apply. I do see that there is someone here to speak to this application. So let's bring on the agent or applicant, Mengdi Zen.
Madam Chair, Mengdi is not on the line. However, there is a Christine Dang who is also from the same company.
Okay, so Christine Dang, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, are you representing this application here today?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Christine Dan. My address is 2710 14th Avenue.
Thank you so much. Ms. Deng, can you present to us, the merits of your application? We do have a couple of other peoples wishing to speak to this application.
Madam Chair, the
Yes.
other person who is registered to speak, Lynn Collins, is not on the call.
Okay, I see that there is one more person here, a Candy Chen. She's the owner? I just want confirmation of that. Okay, she is the owner. All right, so there's no one to speak to this application. There is one letter of objection. I'll turn it, and that's from a Key Fung. I'll turn it over to members if they wish for a presentation. Please let me know. No presentation needed, Ms. Dang. Is there anything else you would like to tell us, or any modifications or anything at all that you'd like to share with us before we move into committee for decision making?
I don't have anything to add this time. What we are asking is quite straightforward, and city planning have no objection on our proposal.
Right, I see that only forestry conditions do apply, urban forestry. So with that, if there are no more questions from committee members for Ms. Deng, yes, Member Manning, go ahead.
Sorry, I was ready to make a motion, but I'll let you finish.
Well, I want to double check. I saw Member Bartolo's hand up. Was there a question as well? Member Bartolo, go ahead.
Yeah, just one question, Madam Chair. In the package, there's a set of drawings noted as plans, and there's a set of drawings noted as revised plans.
Yes.
Were there any changes that affect the variances with the revised plans? It's not exactly clear.
Ms. Deng, can you respond to Member Bartolo's comments about the revised plans that I too had seen in the application, the package? Are there any revisions that need to be noted in the variances?
Actually, there are no changes on the variances, but on the previous drawings dated October 27, there was some error on the north arrow. So we resubmit the correct drawing.
Okay, is it the title block is the same for both of them? They're both the same revision date, but they're stamped different dates. That's if there's no changes, there's no changes. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no changes to the variances.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no further comments or questions, I believe Member Manning had a motion. Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve this application subject to the conditions of forestry.
Thank you. Can I get someone to second that motion from Member Manning, please? Seconded by Member Bartolo. All those in favor? Ms. Deng, your application has been unanimously approved with conditions of forestry. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Committee members, let's move on to item number 27. Well, actually, 27 was deferred, so let's move on to item number 28. And 28 is the 460 Blythwood Rd. And this is a proposal to demolish the existing dwelling and garage and construct a new two-story dwelling with an integrated garage. I note that Ravine and Natural Features Protection sent an email with specific conditions. There is an objection letter that's on file. And looking at the application, we've got no one here to speak to this application. We just have the owner as well as the agent. I see a Glen Schnar. Glen Schnar? Or is it Stephanie Matviva?
Yes, good afternoon. Stephanie Matviva here.
Okay,
Planner with Glen Schnar and Associates.
Perfect. And so if you can state your address, please, for verification.
Of course. So for the public record, again, my name is Stephanie Matviva, planner with Glen Schnar and Associates, acting as the agent on behalf of the owner. The address, my address would be 10 Kingsbridge Garden Circle in Mississauga, Ontario.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Members, do you need a presentation on this application? I see members saying no or nodding their heads no. So at this point in time, Ms. Matviva, is there anything that you'd like to say about this application, any modifications or anything at all that you'd like to share before committee takes it into, decision making?
Thank you for the chance. So just to confirm, no, there are no modifications to the proposal. This is due to the technicality of the building height. Sorry, bear with me for 1 second. My dog is barking. Sorry about that. Due to the technicality and the way that the bylaw defines height, this is understood to be a three-story dwelling. Again, that is just the way that the bylaw calculates height based on the established grade to the top of the roof. So this is for a three-story dwelling. It will be a replacement dwelling of the existing home on the property. I also note, having reviewed the Ravine comments, it actually does state that no conditions or comments apply to this application.
Okay, all right, that's good to note. Members, do you have any other questions? I see Member Bartolo, is that your hand going up? Yes, let's go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you. I understand the variances that are put forward, but has this property already received a building permit?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, it has not.
They look like they're half done.
That's an issue with the owner. I understand that there are processes in place that the building permit process, as we all know, would follow the Committee of Adjustments approval for the variances.
Agreed, not necessarily our problem here, but might get in trouble down the road. But I'm ready for a motion whenever they're, Madam Chair.
Okay, and please bear in mind, everyone, that there has been a letter of objection by Jeff Wilner. So just wanted to sort of note that. And if you're ready for a motion, please go ahead. Motion from Member Manning.
For you, Madam Chair, a motion to approve this application subject to the conditions of forestry.
Okay, motion to approve this application with forestry in mind. Can I get someone to second that motion, please? Seconded by Member Bartolo. All those in favor? Okay, your application has been unanimously approved, Ms. Matviva, with conditions of forestry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Sorry, yes? Sorry, let me just see here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was no forestry attached. Did I hear that correctly? I know that Ravine and Natural Features Protection had comments, but they had sent in no concerns about that. So I just wanted to, no conditions.
Sorry,
Is
yes.
that okay?
Yeah.
All right, so we're redoing. If you can just restate that motion without it, and we'll go back to seconding it and doing it again, just for the record.
Through you, Madam Chair,
Before we go to another motion, we are on application 28, right? On the page 29, 291 of our package, there is an email that it says RNFP has condition number 1 for 2 following properties. Oh, no, properties. Let's see. Sorry. No, this is 460. Okay, sorry. I misread it. It's not for this. It's for other application.
Yes, I saw that in. Let's move ahead with the motion. Thank you so much, Ms. Member Attarodi, for trying to raise that. It was misfiled, and so go ahead, Member Manning, with a revised motion.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, a motion to approve this application with no conditions.
Okay, and can I get someone to second it? Again, Member Bartolo seconds that. All in favor? And this application has been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
All right. Members will move on to item number 29, and that is 744 Glengrove Avenue. There is only one person to speak to this application, which is the agent, and this is to construct a new dwelling. There are 5 variances noted, and forestry conditions do apply for this one. Members, do we require a presentation on this application? If there's nothing, I'm going to pull the agent on, and the agent is an Addison Milne Price. Addison Milne Price, are you there?
Hello, Chair and committee members. I'm Addison Milne Price, planner at Design Plan Services, 900 The East Mall, Suite 300, Toronto.
Okay, Mr. Price. I see that members they're not requiring a presentation at this time. And I do note that there's just sort of forestry conditions that are attached to this application. Is there anything that you'd like to share with committee members, anything to modify at all before they take this into committee for decision making?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this is a straightforward application for a new single detached dwelling, and no presentation is required. However, I'm happy to answer any specific questions of the committee members.
All right, committee members, I'll give you one more opportunity to ask any questions that you may have at this time. And if not, can I get a motion? Member Attarodi.
Yes, to you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with one urban forestry condition.
Okay, thank you, Member Attarodi. Approving this application subject to forestry. Can I get someone to second this motion, please? Seconded by Member Kidd. All those in favor? Okay, it has been unanimously approved. Mr. Price, your application has been approved subject to forestry. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Members, do you think we should take a little break for 10 minutes? Do you need 10 minutes? Okay, so let's take 10 minutes. See you back here. Thank you. Okay, hi, welcome back, everyone. Okay, so we have, we're moving on to item number 30. Item number 30 is number 12, Ridge Hill Drive, and this is a proposal to construct a rear deck. Members, there's only 2 variances noted and nothing else, and I just note here as well that we only have the agent on here. So we've got Matthew Fraticangeli. Fratercangeli. Yes, Mr. Fraticangeli?
Yes.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, it's Matthew Fraticangeli. Address is 107 Gladstone Avenue in Hamilton, Ontario. Postal code L8M2H8.
Okay, Mr. Fraticangeli. I've got no one here to speak to this application. I'm wondering if members require a presentation at this time. I see heads nodding no. Mr. Fraticangeli, if you can let us know if there's anything you'd like to share, any modifications or any comments you'd like to make before a committee takes this into decision making?
Not much, Madam Chair. This is a fairly straightforward application to rebuild an existing deck of pretty much the same dimensions. We have urban forestry support. All in all, a fairly straightforward application here.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Members, if you don't have any other questions for the agent here today, there's 2 variances noted and nothing further on this application. Can I have a motion, please? Member Attarodi.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with no condition.
Okay, thank you. Motion from Member Attarodi to approve without condition. Can I have someone to second this motion, please? Seconded by Member Manning. All those in favor? Mr. Fraticangeli, item number 30, 12 Ridge Hill Drive has been approved without condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, moving along to item number 31. This is 35 Bedford Park Avenue. 35 Bedford Park Avenue. We only have one person here to speak, and that's the agent. This is a proposal to renovate an existing front and rear porch. There's one variance noted. I'll bring the agent online, Ambrosio A. Frias, Jr. Mr. Frias, are you there?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, can you state
Hello.
your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Ambrosio Frias, and I'm from AA Frias Architect Inc., number 8 Gilmore Drive, Ajax, L1S5JA.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, I represent the owner for this application.
Okay, thank you.
For
And
minor variance.
is the owner Dustin Reed, just to make sure? I just want to make sure if that's...
The owner is Mr. Boris Civic.
Okay, so then I do see someone here to speak to this application. And if that's the case, Mr. Frias, if you can provide a presentation on the merits of your application before we hear from the area resident. Thank you.
Oh, there
There is
are,
one person noted to speak, yes. And they're online, right? I'm just checking with staff. Have they been logged in?
Okay.
1 second. They are logged in. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Frias, with your presentation.
Okay. Basically, for the information of the committee, they covered the porch at the front and covered the porch at the back are existing and up for renovation. And those 2 covered porches has been in existence even before the current owner, Mr. Boris Civic, has bought the property. So due to the porch current state of disrepair,
Okay, if
and
you
in order
could,
to
sir,
maintain
Mr.
the property,
Frias, you're speaking
Yeah?
too close to the phone. If you can hold it a little bit of way so that we could hear you speak a bit better. And continue, yes.
okay. As I was saying, due to the porch current state of disrepair, and in order to maintain the property value of the residences and that of the others around it, repair renovation is the only recourse. I believe our request for minor variance is reasonable because of the zoning review done for this, and there was basically the front setback has been established due to averaging of the neighbors on the left and neighbors on the right. So basically, we are in line with the neighbor that is closest to the property line. So I believe it's a reasonable request for approval for variance.
Okay, thank you so
And
much.
you can glance on the zoning bylaw notice that it's only one that we're seeking for approval from Committee of Adjustment.
Okay. All right, so there is one variance noted, and I'll ask committee members if they have any questions of Mr. Frias before we take it to the area resident for comments. No questions noted. So let's move on to the next person that's wanting to speak to this application, and that is a Dustin Reed. Is Dustin Reed there? Is there a Dustin?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, Mr. Reed, if you could state your name and address for our records, please.
Yes, it's Dustin Reed. I'm at 33 Bedford Park Avenue, M5M1H8.
All right, thank you so much for that. Please share with us your concerns about this application.
I'm just trying to better understand the exact ask of the variance that's being proposed. Is it on the front, and how much is it going to be kind of over the bylaw variance?
Okay. So you just want to understand a little bit more about the application, and if it is to the, did you say the front? That is the
whether it's the front or whether it's the back. Yeah, exactly.
Because he's renovating both the existing front and rear porches, so I'm presuming it's going to be both of them. But let's ask him, is there anything else you wanted to ask before we go back to him? Any other comments that you wish to make?
No, not at this time.
All right, thank you so much for that, Mr. Reed. If we can get back Mr. Frias on the line. Mr. Frias, and if I can ask you to speak clearly and slowly, because we are having trouble, your words are being mumbled a little bit. And if you can address Mr. Reed's comments, he wants to understand exactly what is happening with this application. If it is both the front and the back, what will he be able to see? You know, if you can address his concerns.
Okay, to answer Mr. Reed's question, it's only at the front that we have to answer for zoning compliance, not at the back, because the back it's basically okay. So we're looking at 0.28 meters or 11 inches more than the number 33. Oh, sorry, more than the number 31 Bedford Avenue in terms of setback, front setback. So that's basically it. That's what we're looking at. Nothing else.
Okay. Well, with that, and I know that staff is just pulling up a bit of the survey so that both Mr. Frias and Mr. Reed will be able to see a bit more closely what the front yard setback is going to sort of look like what is being proposed, but they're going to bring that up as we go through the application. And in the meantime, maybe if I can ask members of committee, is there any other questions or concerns, comments that you'd like to make at this time? And I see Member Manning. Go ahead.
Just because of the neighbor's comments, can you confirm whether this is an existing condition?
It's an existing condition.
Mr. Frias has indicated it is.
Yeah. Yeah, this is an existing. We're renovating this one. So we're not in any way altering setbacks and all. We're not. We're just confined with what we have right now. We're renovating the front as well as the rear portion.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from committee members? And we've got the rendering there showing that it is existing for you to. Okay. They're pulling up a little
Are there any?
for you to see.
If you may look at the plans that we have submitted, the whole plan, you'll be guided as to what we are talking about. It's basically the front porch that is renovated, as well as the back porch for the rear porch. Again, the structure with regards to setbacks and all, they're within that existing lines.
Okay. With that, members, do you have any other additional questions or comments? And we've got one from Member Kidd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so I'm clear on this, there's an existing porch that you're renovating. When you say renovating, do you mean you're enclosing the porch?
It is enclosed right now. We're changing materials here to, as you can see in the plans, the photo of the plans, it's in disrepair. So we're changing materials here. Changing roof, the stairs. But again, with regards to zoning compliance, the setback, it hasn't changed. But again, the zoning has asked us to ask variance, minor variance approval from the Committee of Adjustment because of this.
The existing porch is enclosed, is that correct?
Yeah, it is enclosed. Both are enclosed.
Thank you. That's good. Thanks.
Okay, so the porch is already enclosed, and it's just some variations for the structure that's being changed.
Well, Madam Chair, you can see the variance on screen.
Yeah.
And for the benefit of the neighbor as well.
Right.
Where the 4.7 comes from.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, are there any other questions or comments from committee members? If not, can I entertain a motion, please, on this application? Go ahead, Member Manning.
You, Madam Chair, this is a simple variance. I do believe that it is minor, and I'll make a motion to approve the application.
Motion from
with no conditions.
Member Manning makes a motion to approve this application without conditions. Can I have someone to second it? Seconded by Member Kidd. All those in favor? And your application has been unanimously approved without condition. Mr. Frias, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Members, let's turn our attention to application number 32, which is 139 Poynts Avenue. And members, there is Terrell Wong, who is the agent coming back to speak on this application. And this application is a proposal to construct a second-story addition over an existing foundation. plus a new garage and a new one-story addition. There's 2 variances noted, as well that there is a staff report of January 12th asking for variance number 1 around the lot coverage to be modified, and there are forestry conditions on this application too. So I'd like to welcome back Terrell Young. Miss Young, Miss Wong, sorry, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
And just state your name and address again one more time for the record.
Tyrrell Wong, 12 St. Andrews Gardens.
All right, great. I don't see anyone here to speak to this application. Are you going to be making modifications as per the staff report?
So I'd like the opportunity to explain our case first. And if the committee does not feel that my argument is justified, I would like the ability to accept the lower coverage of 32%. In order to move the project forward, we've already been once and made many reductions in the size of the project, just to cause no more undue delays to the project. So that's my request today.
Okay, it does not work like that. If staff
Okay.
has provided a recommendation, it's either you do it or you don't, and committee takes that into consideration. But you can explain your point of view to them, and in the end, you can indeed make the changes that's necessary if you feel fit to do so. But please proceed with your presentation, and let's see what they say.
Okay. So our proposal is to add a second story to the existing home and a one-story addition to the east side of the house that will replace an existing garage. There are 2 variances, and the main one is the 34.3% coverage instead of 30% coverage. To be sure, 38% of this area is for the portion of the building that is only 1 story tall. This creates a much smaller massing than if the whole coverage was extruded up for the entire allowable height. And this can be illustrated in our streetscape photos that we provided in our density study. And the massing of 139 Poynts Avenue is very similar to its neighbor to the east at 135, and is definitely smaller than many new homes in the area, including 125, 156, and 172 Poynts, respectively. We did an extensive coverage study of the area, which has been included in your package and has been complete. Shows that 34% is actually quite common in the area, with houses ranging from 32% to 58% shown in the drawing. The adjacent neighbor at 135 to the east and the one to the south are both over 34% coverage. We have been working with City Councillor Lily Chang's office. Specifically on December 15th, we met with Sahim Abdi, the Councillor Chang's policy and planning representative. The councillor's office did not have any issues with our proposal. We have also worked extensively with City Planner Diana Steinberg since our first attempt at the Committee of Adjustment last October. We have reduced the overall coverage of the building as much as we could, and we reduced the length in the building so that we no longer have a length variance based on her recommendations. During a phone call on November 22nd, Ms. Steinberg stated that she was in favor of our proposal and thought our changes were in keeping with the area. On November 10th, we were informed by Ms. Steinberg that a soft recommendation would be made to the C of A about the coverage being reduced to 32% if possible. We would like this opportunity to demonstrate why we are unable to reduce the coverage further without compromising the project. By using the existing foundation, the solid masonry walls of this structure and foundation, we will significantly reduce the construction timeline and the needless waste in our landfills. Our plan is to make this home Passive House certified. This means that the home will use 10% of the heating and cooling energy of a similar sized house. To accomplish this, we will insulate the exterior of the existing brick. The amount of insulation required represents the 2% of the coverage of the house, but does not represent any additional living space. We are asking the city to allow this small additional coverage, and it is my hope that the City of Toronto will realize that this is an opportunity to use existing housing stock to accomplish its net zero goals. And that is my main argument on the 34%. The other variance is a very minor setback that is already an existing condition of 0.03 meters. We feel both of these variances are minor and in keeping with the 4 tests.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Committee members, the agent has stated her case as to why she does not wish to reduce the lot coverage from 34.3% to 32%, as per the staff report. There are 2 variances noted, and its forestry conditions do apply. There is no one else to speak to this application. I ask you now if there's any questions or concerns that you may have about the application. And likely, you know, it may mean that this may go into committee and they may stick to the staff report, of which you would have to oblige, Ms. Wong. But at this time, I'm going to allow committee to take this into decision-making. And when you're ready, put forward a motion. Mr. Bartolo, Member Bartolo, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'm in agreement with the applicant here. The only other variance that's being triggered by this requested lot coverage is a 3-centimeter variance, which I think we can all agree is minor. Therefore, I'm going to put forward an application to, I'm going to put forward a motion to approve their application as is, with the addition that the conditions of the urban forestry memo attached apply.
Okay, so we've got a motion from Member Bartolo to approve this application subject to urban forestry. Do I have someone to second this motion, please? Member Manning seconding this motion. All those in favor? Opposing? Member Atarodi dissenting. Ma'am, your application has been approved, subject to forestry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving along, members, turn your attention to item number 33, which is 106 Busborough Drive. And this is to construct a 2-story rear addition and rear deck. Transportation Services has provided a January 13th report with specific conditions to be adhered to. This application does have 6 letters of support. And I do note that there was 1 letter of concern, but I believe that this letter of concern was withdrawn. And they will be bringing it up on screen to show you that. But in the meantime, I'll call on Ms. Anne-Marie Armstrong. Are you there?
Hello?
Yes, Ms. Armstrong, if you could state your name
Hi.
and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Anne-Marie Armstrong. I'm the principal of AMP Studio, Inc., located at 584 Jones Avenue, M4J 3H3, Toronto, Ontario, and I'm acting as the agent on behalf of the owner.
Okay, thank you so much. There's no one else here to speak to this application, and I just wanted to double check with committee members if you require a presentation. What you're seeing on screen here was just an email that came in saying that the person who had the letter of concern no longer wants to withdraw that letter, and there are 6 letters of support. Seeing that I'm seeing no one here to ask for a presentation on this application, I'm going to ask you, Ms. Armstrong, is there anything else that you'd like to share with committee members, any modifications in any way that you'd like to highlight, and before they take this into committee for consideration?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to address the condition proposed by Transportation Services, if that's possible.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, great. I'll just start with some context around the project, and then we'll discuss the conditions related to the Transportation Services report. So the project for context is seeking approval to construct a two-story rear addition for a young family with 3 young children. They are seeking to retain and restore the existing historic character of the home while adding more space to accommodate the needs of their growing family. So in our opinion, we feel that the height, massing, and density of the proposal are sensitively considered, appropriate, and compatible with the surrounding context, and we have paid special attention to the existing historic residence in relation to the proposed addition in terms of siting, massing, use of materials, and overall height. So we've been very kind of careful and sensitive to the existing conditions of the site. With that in mind, we see that Transportation Services has requested a condition to reduce the width of the hardscape adjacent to the current existing legal front yard parking area as part of the approval for minor variance number 4. We request that the committee allow this family to retain their current driveway width for the following reasons. First, the owners have made a concerted effort to be a one-car family. The additional hardscape area adjacent to their single parked car provides a much-needed space for their young children to play games such as hockey, ride bikes, etc., that is off the busy street. So McRae Drive, for context, if you were to refer to the site plan, is adjacent to this access to their parking pad and is a particularly busy street with constant flow of traffic. It's a throughway. So the owners are quite concerned that this, if this hardscape area is reduced, their kids won't have a safe space to play off the street and in proximity of their home, as the rest of the property is softscape currently. Second, as evidenced in the since retracted letter of objection from the owners of 101 Bessborough, there is a growing concern in the neighborhood in general about increasing on-street parking and how busy McRae Drive has become. When the owners have their older parents visiting or other guests or deliveries made, the additional hardscape area allows for temporary drop-off off this very busy thoroughfare. The owners are particularly worried about the accessibility and safety for their older parents when visiting their grandchildren. And then finally, there is precedent in the neighborhood for wider parking pads with no associated garage in the surrounding neighborhood. So I could draw your attention to a couple examples that are immediately or steps away from this property at 105 Bessborough Drive and at 79 Airdrie Road East, which are both very adjacent to this property. The subject site were recently developed. One was a renovation and the other a new build, respectively, and both were able to retain a double driveway with no garage. I know that this came a bit late, but application technician Jenny Cottas, we sent through a couple visual examples of that. If that was able to be shared with the committee, that would be wonderful, but we understand if that may have come too late. But I might just close with saying that we hope that sharing these concerns from this young family helps to illustrate how integral the existing hardscape area is to the day-to-day life and well-being of this family and their loved ones, and we hope that the committee will allow this space to remain in its current condition. And that's all. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Committee members, do you have any questions or additional questions for the applicant? Okay, there being none and there's no one else to speak to this application, as was described, the concerns around transport by the applicant, there is that January 13th report, and then there is also 6 letters of support. That's all that I've got on the file. Can I get a motion on this application, please? Okay, Member Manning with a motion.
Through you, Madam Chair, I've listened to the agent's submissions. I think they are compelling. I think the condition is in keeping with the neighborhood. So I'd like to make a motion to approve this application with no conditions. I believe this is a minor variance.
Okay, so your member Manning is putting forward a motion to approve this application without conditions. Is there someone to second this motion? Seconded by Member Bartolo. All those in favor? And all those opposed? Member Attarodi and Member Kidd dissenting. And what I'll do is I'll put forward a motion. I will go with Member Manning's motion to approve this application without condition. And so, Ms. Armstrong, your application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members.
Okay. We move on then, members, to item number 34. 34 is 191 Dawlish Avenue, and this is a proposal to construct a new dwelling. There's 5 variances noted. There's a staff report of January 7th, where planning staff recommends that a specific condition be attached, and forestry applies as well. There is someone to speak to this application, and so I'll bring on board the agent, Mr. Shakiri, Ali Shakiri. Are you there?
Good afternoon, Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East.
Thank you. And because there's someone to speak to this application, if you're able to provide us with a brief presentation, that would help us understand the application better. Thank you.
Sure, if I can have my support material displayed. There are 5 variances, as you mentioned, increasing the floor space index, side yards on either side, with slightly increasing the height and the wall height. This is very much in keeping with the context of the immediate neighborhood. This is the result of our study of the similar cases. One recent one that is adjacent to this lot at number 191 is not reflected here, but that too also had the same kind of variances. This is going to be a classic 3-story house, Georgian. And 3-story is not a variance in the area, just the floor space index which we're asking. And all in all, this is very minor, our opinion. Hopefully you feel the same way. And I have no more comment. Happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions of Mr. Shakiri at this time before we move on to the area resident? Okay, and if we can move on then to the area resident, I believe it's Lutz Fulgraf. Mr. Fulgraf, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Lutz Fulgraf. I'm speaking for the Lawrence Park Ratepayers Association. The address is 3219 Yonge Street, Box 239, Toronto M4N 3S1.
Thank you. And if you can share with us your concerns on this application.
Yeah, I got very concerned when I saw the public notice and I saw the variance number 4, which says that the proposed height for pair of side walls is 9.7 meters. I then looked at the plans and I realized maybe that the wording is poorly chosen because it really only pertains to one side, the west side of the building, according to the plans and the west elevation. Apparently, the staff report has picked up on that as well. So I was wondering whether either we could clarify the variance or make a decision that says that really only for that small portion and the bump out on the west side the side wall will be increased to the height of 9.7 meters, but not on both sides. And again, only for that small portion on the west side. If I wasn't clear and you have any questions, by all means, please ask.
I was just checking with the Deputy Secretary Treasurer if your concerns about the bump out and the length of it, would that not be covered under the west side main wall height that was developed in accordance with the west side elevation drawing? So that would be a condition that would be attached to any approvals with the staff report. But you know, if there's any other comments you have, I'll allow Mr. Shakiri to respond. Do you have any other?
That's fine.
Okay, no problem. So Mr. Shakiri, if you can come back on the line, and you've heard what the Ratepayers Association has had to say via Mr. Fulgraf, if you're able to comment on that.
Yes, thank you. As you mentioned, this is already reflected on the staff report. So they're imposing a condition which we accept. Other than that, whatever condition that you see fit, we would accept as long as it doesn't create any technical issue for the rest of the variances. I'm fine with that. One thing I must add is perhaps, and I cannot tell you for sure, that according to the approval of the Toronto Local Appeal Body on November 30th, 2022, a sum of 30% of the side walls can actually exceed that maximum height. And it can go all the way up to 10 meters. So I might not, and I cannot, nobody has confirmed that for me yet, but I might not even need that variance anymore. I'm just keeping it out of precaution, just in case if I'm wrong or I have heard wrong from other sources. In any case, I state again that I have no objection if you want, for the sake of that variance, impose any other condition to ensure that I'm not going to go ahead and do something like out of ordinary for the other side or either side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shakiri. I'll turn it over then to committee members. Do you have any comments, questions, concerns, and you know, if there's an understanding of what this entails? If there's none of that, please feel free to put forward a motion. Member Manning with a motion.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think this is a minor variance that meets the four-part test. The neighbors' concerns, I think, are alleviated by tying this to the west side elevation drawings. So I want to make a motion to approve this application, subject to the planning conditions and subject to forestry.
Okay, so motion from Member Manning to approve this application subject to forestry and subject to the January 7th staff report, where it does state the west side main wall height be developed in accordance with the west side elevation drawing that was attached to the report. Can I get someone to second that motion? Seconded by Member Kidd. All those in favor? And this application has been unanimously approved. Thank you so much to both speakers for that. And we'll move on to item number 36, which is number 95 Center Street. Sorry, number 35, yes. Item number 35, which is 95 Center Street, and it is a proposal to legalize and maintain a rear yard deck. And committee members, there is a staff report of January 12th recommending that a condition be applied that the proposal be developed in accordance with the site plan drawing submitted to the committee. And there's just one variance noted. Please note that we do have a second speaker that has been added. That person is on the call awaiting. So let's get Mr. Ding Zhu on the line. Mr. Zhu?
Ding, you've been unmuted.
Oh, hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm the owner of the 95 St. Avenue. I'm not have anything to speak. I think my agent will speak for me.
Who is your agent?
Oh, he's not here?
No. Is
John.
Oh, is your agent John Siebernick? Okay,
Yes.
that's who was added to the call. So we have no one else to speak to this application. Maybe if I can get, thank you for that. Can I get Mr. John Siebernick on the line, please?
Yes, it's John Sibinick. I live at 24 Ovida Avenue, Etobicoke, Ontario, M9B 1E1.
All right.
And I'm the agent.
Thank you for clarifying that. So, members, there is no one else to speak to this application. Besides the one staff report with the one condition, there's just one variance that's noted and nothing else. Do you require a presentation on this application today? Seeing that there's none, Mr. Sibinick, is there anything that you would like to say, or any modifications or anything at all that you'd like to
Yeah,
share
just
with the committee?
yes, I do. I just give a brief presentation. There is an open permit on this project from 2007, where the house is pretty much all the inspections have been closed, but there was an issue with the rear yard deck, the size of that. So, and that's what we're here for. So we basically, on top of that, there was no record of the permit drawn, so we had to draw the entire house, including the deck, and then submit to the building department. So there was that issue. But explaining the variance, I think there is a natural slope from the front to the rear of the property, so that contributes somewhat to the height of the deck. But it's been there for 14, 15 years, and it's done well. The house to the east was newly constructed after this one was constructed. I think the sight lines and the fact that there's privacy fences, hedging, trees, and bushes, I think the overlook is not as bad, particularly with the size of this lot. I think the massing of the deck is proportional to the house. So I think there's a lot of elements that are positive on this one. I'd be pleased to answer any questions should the committee have any for me.
Sure, I'll ask them. Thank you for that. Members, do you have any questions of the agent here today? Okay, there are no questions. Then let's take it into committee for deliberation. And Member Attarodi with a motion.
Yes, to you, Madam Chair. I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with only one staff condition, that the proposal be developed in accordance with the site plan drawing submitted to the Committee of Adjustment, attachment number 1 to the report dated January 12th, 2023. And that is it. That's my motion.
Thank you so much for that, Member Attarodi, with a motion to approve, subject to the staff report's condition. Can I get someone to second that motion, please? Seconded by Member Bartolo. All those in favor? Unanimously approved. Mr. Sibirnik and Mr. Zhu, your application has been approved with those conditions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and let's move on to item number 36, which is 45 Hawkesbury Drive. And this is a proposal to demolish an existing building and construct a new two-story dwelling. Members, please note that there is only one speaker on here, and that's the agent. Transportation Services has recommended complying with a couple of conditions that they've submitted to the committee. No other objections so far from them. Forestry does have conditions, and there is one letter of objection on file for which you can have a look at. And with that, I'll bring on the agent, Mr. Ali Shakiri, again. Mr. Shakiri, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East, for the record.
Okay, great. Members, do you require a presentation on this application here today? Okay. No, no request for a presentation. Mr. Shakiri, do you want to share anything or, any modifications to the application before we take it into committee for deliberation?
No modification, and out of respect for everybody's time, I have no comment to add. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Members, again, considering forestry and transport services reports and the one letter of objection, can I get a motion on this item? Member Attarodi, please go ahead.
Yes, to you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application subjected to transportation condition and urban forestry.
Thank you. Motion from Member Attarodi to approve this application subject to conditions of urban forestry and the transportation report of January 12th. Someone to second this motion, please. Seconded by Member Bartolo. All those in favor? And this motion carries. Your application has been unanimously approved with those conditions. Mr. Shakiri, thank you so much. And I understand that you're here as well for item number 37, which is 127 Joycey Boulevard. Members?
Yes, that's correct.
I do see an area resident noted on file. I don't know if this is the owner or another resident, David Libby. Are you aware of that?
David Libby is not the owner, and he's on the call.
Okay, and he's on the call. Okay, so there is someone to speak to this application. Members, I just wanted to say that this is an application to construct a new dwelling. There are 6 variances noted, and urban forestry actually wishes for a denial, denying of variances 2 and 3, which is the building length and depth, as their approval will result in the removal of a healthy bylaw protected tree. There is one letter of objection, and because there's someone also to speak to this application, Mr. Shakiri, if you can present to committee members the merits of your application, that would be great.
Indeed. If I can have my support material displayed, we have done a case study for this to make sure none of the variances are making a new precedent. I'd like to speak about this page, but if we go to the following pages, I have the evidence of the approval in the close proximity. All the decisions and approvals presented here are on Joycey Boulevard, same zoning, and basically very, very close properties. As you can see, there building length, building depth, side yards, and everything approved. If we go back to the first page, and I encourage you to actually look at all these massive evidence that I provided, but what I want to explain here is, first of all, about the comment from the forestry. I disagree with removal of the trees. We are not going to remove the trees. The trees are going to survive, and they're going to be there. On this graph, on the bottom right corner, I have highlighted 2 trees. First page, yes. The first page, yes, the color graph, yes. Those 2 dotted circles, the bottom right corner, very close to the corner of the house. Yes, they are proximate to the house, but they are not going to be removed. We intend to keep them. As you can see on the forestry report, they are very tall. The canopy is higher than where the building is going to be, so there's not going to be any interference. And the 2 purple lines, the 2 parallel purple lines, one closer to the front property line, one closer to the rear wall of the house, the proposed house, that kind of limits the tablelands. That yellow shaded area in the middle of the lot is my tableland. So basically, even without a length variance or a depth variance, I I can use that area to develop a house. So it would not make any difference whether or not if I have the building length or depth. What happens to those trees? So, but what I can confirm is that we have no plans to remove the trees, and the trees are going to survive. And they actually have very, very nice natural sort of privacy screen between the two houses, between number 125 and the subject lot. So we wish to keep them. And as you can see, the rearmost wall of the building is kind of poking into that area from one side, which is from the east side, from the west side. The one opposite to where the trees are, and on the east side is not even reaching that limit. So other than that, and I'm sure your colleagues in the forestry department are well aware, many occasions in order to ensure the health of a tree, we use very simple and common techniques such as having floating footings or cantilevering a corner of the building, so the trees will survive to the best of my knowledge, and I have experienced that very, very many times. Other than that, I have basically no more comment to add, except emphasizing on the massive evidence that I provided of the approvals in the area. And this house, one more thing, I just remembered that the house on the west side, number 129, yes, my west wall is extending beyond their most rear wall, but even without variance, that is going to be there. So we're talking about a minor variance in addition to what we have on the bylaw, and I don't think if that's going to make a very bizarre situation comparing to what I can have as of right, given the fact that this variances, even more than that, is approved in this close proximity very many times. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shakiri. Members, do you have any questions for Mr. Shakiri at this time before we move on to the next speaker? Member Manning, yes, please go ahead. You are muted, Member Manning. Thank you.
Sorry. I'm just wondering if you had any conversations in regards to how the tree could be protected. Was that discussed before the forestry report was issued or after?
But no, ma'am, because the whole objection letter from the forestry was kind of the last moment, and there was not enough time to discuss it. But this is a very, very common procedure for any application. Basically, let's say if we have the approval from this committee for both variances, still we need the mercy of the forestry department before obtaining a building permit. So they will basically enforce us to do any sort of treatments, any sort of precautions to maintain the health of those trees. And in this case, the owner and me both are very, very much interested to keep the trees, as it's a very, very nice and valuable natural feature for both of the houses, let alone for the neighborhood also is very important. So we wish to keep the trees, but we have not had enough time to discuss this with the forestry, and that is a stage that we have to go through. I'm sure you're very well aware of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And members, do you have any other questions before we move on to the area resident, who is actually the person who wrote the letter that's on file, so you'll have an awareness of their concerns already. Okay, that being said, I'll ask planning staff to put me on to David Libby, the area resident. Mr. Libby, are you there?
Hey, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is David Libby. My address is 125 JOICEY Boulevard, postal code M5M2T8.
Okay, thank you so much. And Mr. Libby, I know you've written a letter, but please share with us your concerns.
That was a joint letter from by myself and Mr. Conliffe, who's in 129 JOICEY Boulevard. And thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. And I assume the committee has had time to review that letter that you've just put up. But in the interest of saving time, I'd like to just summarize our thoughts. In the short time available to review the magnitude of these variances, which vary from 5% to 24% over the bylaw, it is the opinion of the writers that none of these can be considered to be minor. The various definitions of minor are unemployment, insignificant, trivial, and under no circumstances can those variances ranging from 5 to 24% fit within those definitions. In addition, there is also a health and safety aspect to these variances, and we've heard that before today. For instance, in the case of variance 1, to reduce the side yard setback by 30% to 0.6 of a meter, on the plan supplied, the setback is shown as 0.64 at the north end of the building on the west side, but is 0.91 at the south end on the west side, and north and south and east side. Needless to say, the building sides are parallel. Those measurements don't indicate that. Obviously, this plan is not accurate. In addition, when fencing is added, it will not be possible to pass on either side of the building, resulting in encroachment of the adjacent properties, which is certainly a safety issue. Variance 2, the building length exceeds the maximum stated in bylaw 569/2013 by 10%, which actually extends the building 0.3 of a meter beyond 125 JOICEY on the south side. This will cut off light from 3 windows in 125 JOICEY and in 129 JOICEY. Light is a major supporter of health and cannot be taken from anyone by anyone. The sun study would confirm the reductions in sunlight. In addition, the worldwide concern about global warming to enforce increased demand for light and heat as a result of the isolated building development is counterproductive to national objectives. Variance 3, the building depth is stated as being 6% over the maximum, but in reality it appears to be 11.7% and would have a greater impact than stated in variance 2. The greatest variance, however, is number 4, 24%. Hardly a minor variance, and when combined with excessive width, is a major factor in the reduced sunlight, which together with number 6, will also reduce the sunlight available to adjacent properties. I would also like to address the site plan as supplied with the public hearing notice. This plan shows the existing driveway for 127 JOICEY cutting across the right-of-way of 125 JOICEY Boulevard. This is not correct. All property lines, driveways, are projected in a straight line to the curb, and in this case is marked by a survey station in the concrete curb. As the owners of 125 JOICEY Boulevard, my wife and I were made aware of this variation by the previous owners of 127 JOICEY. This incursion onto our property or onto the right-of-way was accepted for the time being, but not agreed to. The correct projection of the property line parallel to all those on JOICEY Boulevard must be maintained. Finally, we would like to request an adjournment to allow a more detailed investigation of these concerns to be carried out. Thank you for hearing these concerns, and if there are any questions, I'll attempt to answer them.
Thank you so much, sir. Members, do you have any questions of Mr. Libby at this time? There being none, let's take it back to the agent, and let's hear if there's anything that you would like to share with respect to Mr. Libby's comments, Mr. Shakiri.
Yes, thanks for the comments. With regards to the percentages that Mr. Levy mentioned, and so I heard from the Committee of Adjustment many times that the percentage is not a definitive scale to measure a variance. While in some areas 1% might be considered major, in some other areas, like maybe a several 100% increase of some factor won't be minor. In order to avoid that, I mean, that's actually the reason we do a case study neighborhood per neighborhood, and we studied the decisions, the approvals, just to make sure that we are not exceeding the limits that is approved by the committee. And I have mentioned it so many times that we do not think we are entitled to any variance that is approved for any other application. We just want to make sure that we are not setting a new precedent. And same thing based on the evidence that we provided here, we haven't done that. And we are very glad that the planning department is also not opposing any of our variances. With regards to the safety, I'm not sure if I clearly understood the comments, because on one side, which is the west side, we are clearly increasing the side yard, and the other side, which is on Mr. Levy's side, is complying with the bylaw. So on one side we have a compliance side yard, the other side it is a variance that is approved in the close proximity very many times, and it is in improving the existing condition, and also the issue of the accuracy of the plan was brought up. I immediately checked, and everything seems to be very accurate on our drawings, to the best of my knowledge. If there is anything that particularly a measurement or something that anyone believes that is erroneous, I'd appreciate if it's pointed out exactly, specifically. With regard to the driveway, and as you can see, I mean, if you can display the site plan that I submitted, the first page of my drawing, there is an existing driveway. We are basically maintaining like that existing driveway. That usually, as far as I've experienced and I heard from your colleagues, that's the best practice. If we actually keep a driveway that's safer for the trees, there is, in this case, there is also a tree on the front lawn, which I'm sure is very important for the city, and we also, and the owner loves it dearly. So that would basically ensure if during the construction nothing is going to happen to that tree, and also, you know, it will save a little bit of cost for the homeowner by not needing to remove the existing driveway and resurf it. So now, having heard the comment from Mr. Levy, and I understand that he's been living in that property for quite a long time, without even actually discussing that with my client, but I think I'm authorized to accept it, accept some sort of compromise. What I would suggest is if the panel decides to move forward to approve it, impose a condition that the rearmost wall of the proposed house not be anywhere after the rear wall of number 125. That would decrease the length of this building by something between 2 to 3 feet that Mr. Levy mentioned, and I hope that would be something acceptable to this panel, and an improvement for the neighbor. Any question, I'd be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm you know, there's no modifications you wish to make at this time. Is that correct?
If I want to guess, I can. If I want to add a figure to that, I would reduce the building length by 0.75 centimeters. That 2.5 feet. That is my measurement. I can take from my drawing. So the variances. That's my suggestion. The variances would be changed to where I'm asking for on the variance number 2, instead of 18 meters, 18.75, I would change that to 18 meters.
Okay, so we have,
and variance,
yes, go ahead.
and that variance number 3, instead of 20 meters, it's going to be, because that's diagonal, the impact is a little bit less. Yeah, that's going to be 19.45 centimeters. So variance number 2, I'm suggesting to reduce it to 18 meters. I asked for 18.75, and variance number 3, I'm suggesting 19.45 meters. But that is a technical variance, basically, because it's measured diagonally.
Okay, so we've
So
got,
that would be my suggestion, if just as an incentive, if the panel wishes to move forward for the sake of the neighbor, then I'm not going to be anywhere beyond their rearmost wall.
okay, so there's a modification to the application to reduce variance number 2 to 18 meters and variance number 3 to 19.45 meters. Is that it, Mr. Shakiri? I'll turn it over to committee after to see if they have any questions or comments.
Yes, that was absolutely correct.
Okay, so committee members, you've heard Mr. Shakiri, you've heard the concerns of the neighbor and forestry. Do you have any questions or comments that you would like to make at this time?
If I just, sorry, I apologize. One important thing I forgot to mention, that the allowed coverage for this lot is 35%, and I haven't asked for any coverage variance. And to begin with, it was less than 35, and I'm now further reducing my coverage to less than that. So this house is not even as big as the coverage allowed on this property. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you for that. Okay, committee members, if there are no other questions, I'll give you a moment to deliberate on all that you've heard. And when you're ready, someone to make a motion, please. I thought I saw member Atarodi put her hand up first, so go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with the following changes. Variance number 2, the proposed building length is 18 meters. Variance number 3, the proposed building depth is 19.45 meters. And also, I would like to tie to the side elevation and also subjected to urban forestry.
Through you, Madam Chair, can I just verify which elevation? Is it both sides elevation?
Just give me a moment. I would like to tie it to just explain for the variance number 4, which is proposed side exterior wall height. Just give me a moment. Could be so is the sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Is the can I ask a question from Secretary Treasurer? Is west elevation explain that variance?
Can you repeat your question? And what we'll do is maybe if you withdraw your motion first so we can discuss a bit better.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. So if you can explain again, what is it that you're asking the Deputy Secretary Treasurer? He just needs to understand what you're asking. You're muted, Member Attarodi. Thank you.
So regarding the variance number 4, which the proposed side exterior wall height is 9.3 meter, I would like to tie it to one of the elevation to explain that variance, because it's only triggered by probably one or two windows. So my question is, which elevation does Secretary Treasurer recommend?
I'm going to defer this question to the applicant. He needs to be able to answer that question.
Mr. Shakiri, go ahead.
Sure, if I understood correctly, Mr. Tardy wishes to tie the side elevations to the decision to be in substantially in accordance to the side elevations east and west. Am I correct?
East and west. Okay. So
basically, this property be developed in substantial accordance to the east and west side yard elevations. If I
is both east and west side yard elevation have the side exterior wall height of 9.3?
Yes.
Okay. So that's helpful. So can I put forward a motion now?
Yes,
Madam Chair.
Yep.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with the following changes. Variance number 2, the length is 18 meter. Variance number 3, the building depth is 19.45 meters. And also would like to tie it to the both east and west elevation and subjected to urban forestry.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Member Attarodi to accept this application with the modifications made here today by the applicant, as well as to tie it to the east and west side elevation drawings and subject it to urban forestry. Do I have someone to second this motion?
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Yes, please go ahead.
Madam Chair? I have no issues with the motion in principle, but the urban forestry memo recommends like denial of those variances. So I think what we want to do is put condition number 2 where they have to submit a complete application for permit to injure or remove a private tree.
Member,
absolutely.
You are muted. If you can unmute and address Mr. Bartolo's concerns.
I agree, because that was the reason applicant modified 2 variances, length and depth. So I agree.
But the urban forestry says to deny it completely.
Yes, I agree with Ms. Bartolo's motion.
If we can just stand this down for 1 second, let me allow the Deputy Secretary Treasurer to intervene.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just ask the forestry denial memo to be put up, please. I think this will help the friendly amendment from Mr. Bartolo. So you can see where Mr. Bartolo is making his reference from.
I believe Mr. Bartolo is mentioning the condition number 2, which is acceptable to us also. And that's something we must have anyways.
Madam Chair, we're in the middle of a motion.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shakiri, if you can hold on 1 moment.
So it's up on the screen. So this is just to help the other members understand where Mr. Bartolo is coming from. It is a denial memo, but it says, if you approve this, then you can read the rest.
Yeah, so this will result in the removal of a healthy bylaw protected tree. So they're basically saying, deny it, not modify, but deny.
No, read further down and it'll say,
And then
if you
it says
choose to approve
approve.
this application,
Okay.
add condition 2, which is what Mr. Bartolo is adding as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so the TPPR condition 2, submission of a complete application for a permit to injure or remove a privately owned tree.
Correct.
So I just wanted to confirm, Mr. Bartolo, Member Bartolo, is this what you were referring to, that you would like
Yes, this is
Member Attarodi to
Madam
clarify?
Chair.
Yeah, to clarify her agreement with the urban urban forestry memo to state specifically on the condition number 2.
I agree, because you can't deny it and approve it at the same time. Right, so we have to approve it and then add the other condition for the application to injure the tree.
Agreed. So let's go back to Member Attarodi, and you are muted, so if you can unmute yourself, and can you make another application and clarify further your urban forestry comments?
So, Madam Chair, at this stage, I withdraw my motion. Thank you. I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so motion is withdrawn. Can someone make a motion now? Member Bartolo, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the following revisions. Variance number 2 be the building length be changed to 18 meters. Variance number 3, the building depth be changed to 19.45 meters. And subject to TPPR condition number 2, submission of a complete application for a permit to injure or remove a privately owned tree.
Okay.
And that is all.
And that's it. Okay, so motion from Member Bartolo to accept this application with the modifications made by the applicant here today, as well as the urban forestry condition that he has noted and specified, which is around the condition number 2 that he's already worded. Can I get someone to second this motion? Seconded by Member Kidd. All those in favor? And all those opposed? Member Attarodi dissenting, and this motion carries. Mr. Shakiri, your application has been approved with those conditions. Thank you. I think after this, let's take a 10-minute break, please. And we'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay? Thank you. Welcome back, members. Let's turn our attention now to the next item on the list, and that is item number 38. This is number 65, Cuffley Crescent. And in this application for 35 Cuffley Crescent, there's only one speaker, and that's the agent. This is to construct a new dwelling, and there's 3 variances noted with forestry applying. The agent is Sergey Zorkin. Mr. Zorkin, are you there? Sergey Zorkin? Sergey?
Yeah, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, if you can state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Sergey Zorkin from Zorkin Engineering, 7 Point Haven Court, Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. Zorkin. Members, this is, there's no one to speak to this application. 3 variances noted with forestry. Do you require a presentation on this application? No presentation required. Mr. Zorkin, do you have anything that you'd like to share with committee members or any modifications that's necessary that you'd like to share before they go into committee for deliberation?
So no modifications. I'm just going to go quickly over the setbacks and the house length, just to prove why we're considering that.
Okay.
So the main purpose of these adjustments is to increase the living space to allow for more functional layout while staying within the allowable lot coverage and soft landscaping parameters. So the small increase in length from 17 meters to 18 meters is essential to the functionality of the proposed layout while not having any negative impact on the neighbors. In addition, the proposed length does not encroach into the allowable rear yard setback. It still leaves enough space to build a 1-story garden suite in the future, which is in line with the city's recent initiative of expanding housing options in neighborhoods. And lastly, the shape of the proposed structure will not affect adjacent neighbors because of the existing mature trees in the rear yard. And we're asking for 1.5 meters side yard setback, again, to allow for the functionality of the proposed layout. So the minor change will allow for 2-car garage with additional parking spaces for potential tenants in either basement apartment or a garden suite. Additional width will allow for a comfortable 2-bedroom basement apartment, which will have a positive effect on the shortfall of rental supply. The proposed setbacks will still provide the minimum required width to access the backyard space from the main street in case of emergency or for the tenant's access. And the current east side yard setback is 1.2 meters, and we're proposing 1.5 meters, which is greater distance than existing, and so the houses will be even further apart. The owner of the property has spoken with both neighbors in the past, and they expressed no opposition to the development. And in conclusion, I just want to say that we believe that the variances we're asking for are minor, and have no negative impact on the neighbors or the community.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. Zorkin? Okay, so with that, I will request that members take this into committee and please put forward a motion. Member Manning, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe that these variances meet the 4-part test. I'd like to make a motion to approve this application subject to the conditions of forestry.
Okay, motion from Member Manning to approve subject to forestry. Can I have someone to second? Member Attarodi has seconded. All those in favor? Okay, unanimously approved with those conditions. Thank you, Mr. Zorkin. Your file has been approved.
Thank you. Members of the committee.
All right, let's turn our attention to number 39, which is 24 Thurston Rd. And this is a proposal to create a front yard parking pad. Please note, committee members, that there's only one variance noted. No transportation services report or concerns. There's no forestry. There's no staff reports or concerns. There are 2 letters of objection, but there are also 28 letters of support. And can I have the agent, Robert Bader, on the line, please? Mr. Bader?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Robert Bader, 38 Albany Street, ALBANI, Toronto, Ontario, M8V1X2.
Thank you so much. Now, I do see that there's somebody else listed on the call to speak. They're logged in? Yes, they are. So, Mr. Bader, if you wouldn't mind providing us with a presentation on this file. I note you have quite a bit of support, but please tell us maybe also why you require this front yard parking pad.
Yeah. Can I question in the first instance who is the individual that is also listed on the speakers list?
A Vincent Lejeune at number 26. So that is your next door neighbor.
Okay. So the application speaks for itself. We are in compliance with all the aspects of Chapter 918, which is the front yard parking pad license bylaw, as per Toronto Municipal Code. We are also only seeking one variance, and that was actually quite a complicated struggle to get through those aspects in respect of what variances were being sought. And it was best advised that seek the single variance for new parking provided. We have generous support from the neighbors on the street. My clients are active members of the community. I don't see where this can go any other way but in a positive direction in that respect.
Okay. Is there a specific other reason that you require this front yard parking pad?
My client has advised that I don't wish to discuss that.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that. I just knew that there was someone with mobility issues that I had noted, so I just wanted to make sure that was.
Yeah, and just to be aligned with political correctness, I don't think that's necessary.
Okay, not a problem. So what we'll do is I'll ask committee members if there is any questions that you have for the applicant here today. No questions at this time, and so if we can move forward to the next speaker on the list, and that is a Vincent Lejeune. Okay, Vincent Lejeune, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. Can you please state your name and address for your records, please?
Hi there, ma'am. My name is Vincent Lejeune. My address is 26 Thurston Road, Toronto, Ontario. Mike 4 Sierra 2 Victor 7.
Okay, and I understand you're the neighbor directly next door, so please share with us your concerns on this application.
No concerns, ma'am. I just came to vocalize my full support for my neighbor's application, and I agree with Mr. Bader's arguments. I believe, from my understanding, I did not have a thorough explanation, but I believe my neighbor is applying for a similar variance compared to what I have. We, like I myself, we currently do have a parking pad as well, and I have, like, it's been there for the longest time, as like since I was born. So just wanted to say, like, I don't have any issues with my adjoining neighbor on the other side, who, he always has access to the shared side of the driveway. Whatever he needs to do to access is no problem. So yeah, I completely agree with Mr. Bader's arguments. I think it should be perfectly fine to do this variance as well.
Okay. Thank you for your support of your neighbor. I'll turn it over to committee members if they have any questions of you. Committee members? Okay, there being none, we'll turn it back to Mr. Bader. Is there any final, things that you would like to share with committee members before they take this into deliberation?
Yeah. Am I on?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Again, Chair and members, there's nothing more that I'd like to add. Again, we're in complete compliance with Chapter 918. We're in compliance to the best of our abilities with the City of Zoning Bylaw 569/2013. Yeah. We're going to be planting trees or providing, trees in that respect. My client is going to be purchasing an electric vehicle that will be plugged into the front yard parking pad to support, the climate condition. Yeah, there's going to be permeable parking surface. Like everything works in this respect.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Members, do you have any final questions of Mr. Bader? Okay, then we'll take this into committee for deliberation. Note that there's one variance, no other reports. There are 2 letters of objection that you can review, and there's 28 letters of support, as well as a neighbor, the direct neighbor who has come on to speak on their support today. Please let me know when you're ready for a motion. Member Bartolo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I think this is a relatively straightforward file with overwhelming support. Therefore, I will put forward an application to approve this application. Correction, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application with no conditions.
All right, so motion from Member Bartolo to approve this application without conditions. Do I have someone to second this motion? Seconded by Member Manning. All those in favor? Okay, so this has been unanimously approved. Mr. Bader, your application has been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you. Members, moving on.
Thank you, Chair and members.
Sure. Members, moving on to item number 40. This is number 71 Marmion Avenue. And we do have a couple of area residents here to speak to this application. This is to construct a new detached dwelling. Please note that this application was deferred on September 22nd last year to allow the applicant to meet with city planning and make revisions to the application. There are 8 variances noted, and there are 3 letters of support, 2 letters of objection, and forestry conditions that apply. Let's get Mr. Marin Zabzuni back on the line. Mr. Zabzuni, you're there? Mr. Zabzuni?
This is Marin. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. If you could state your name
Yes.
and address.
Yes. Hello again. Marin Zabzuni at 1140 the Queensway.
Thank you. Mr. Zabzuni, if you wouldn't mind, because we've got other folks speaking to this application, if you can provide a brief presentation on the merits of your application. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. So this application, as you stated, was previously deferred so that we may have a chance and opportunity to work closely with city planning, and we have done so. We have revised the application, the drawings, and the revised zoning variances to what you see here today. So we work closely with the planning and until they provided support for the application. So that was a great correspondence with them. And also the deferral provided an opportunity for the client to speak with surrounding neighbors, even getting letters of support. But also there was an email sent even today as the client and neighbors has been in constant negotiations. I'm sure they're going to bring this up when they come next regarding privacy concerns. They just want to, I suppose, make sure that it's mitigated as much as possible. And what the client proposed essentially is to provide rear fencing or privacy screen, and also rear proposed cedar trees on the rear property line for further privacy. So that's the site plan on drawings that was submitted today based on very recent conversations with neighborhoods or neighbors. And I'll quickly go over the variances as well, but no changes to the variances from the today's drawings. So I just wanted to bring that up as it was a recent update. Going towards item number 1, maximum lot coverage. So the proposed lot coverage is 40.73%. The proposed coverage is inclusive of the lower floor living area and attached garage. The proposed variance is consistent with other approvals in the neighborhood, including 24 Rainy Avenue at 45.10% and 575 De Lorraine Avenue at 47.17%. Item number 2, maximum exterior main wall height facing the side lot line. The proposed maximum height of exterior main walls is 8 meters, whereas the permitted height is 7.5 meters. So this variance is fairly common in the Ledbury Park neighborhood, as seen in 538 Melrose Avenue at 8.38 meters, and as well 708 Woburn Avenue at 8.3 meters. We have provided a comparable chart, of course, through our supporting documentation. Speaking of item 3, building length. The proposed maximum building length is 20.22 meters, where, correction, the building, yes, that's correct. Pardon me. Whereas the maximum is 17 meters. So I want to emphasize that the building length is attributed to the proposed rear one-story breakfast nook, which adds 2.37 meters in length. And this is also taken from the front garage wall, which projects slightly forward compared to the first and second floor. So this is a little bit of a situational variance from that breakfast nook. That's the major reason why it's the number that it is. And again, there's other approved building length variances in the neighborhood, such as 89 Brucewood Crescent at 23 meters and 45 Sultana Avenue at 25.3 meters. And speaking of item 4, building depth, which is a very similar type of variance. So the proposed building depth is 19.77 meters, where the maximum is 19 meters. This variance, again, is triggered from the one-story rear breakfast nook. The majority of the house, which is 2 stories, is very close, well, complies with building depth, actually. So if we were take away the rear one-story breakfast nook, it would comply. There's other approved variances for building depth, such as 64 Prince Charles Drive at 20.77 meters, and also 40 Sultana Avenue at 21.95 meters. And I also want to give you the numbers of what the first floor building length is. So this also speaks to, of course, item 3. Without the breakfast nook, if we weren't to account for that, the one-story breakfast nook, the building length would be 17.32 meters. So essentially a foot over maximum building length. And this is the same for the second floor as well at 17.32 meters. So I just wanted to emphasize that the one-story breakfast nook in the rear, which is a small portion of the house, is attributing to this length variance. Item 6, front yard setback. This minor variance is attributed to the front garage wall that slightly projects forward. The first and second floor are more in line with a minimum front yard setback. So very minor variance. We work closely with planning to go through all of these variances and make sure that it was fitting for the neighborhood. And same with the first floor height. That has been reduced where it previously was higher before we worked with planning. And yes, so please let me know if you have any questions. That's essentially a presentation and rationale to support this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions of the agent here today? Mr. Zabzuni. No questions noted. So let's turn our attention over. I do believe that we have an Erica Seiler, but that might be the owner. Is that correct or no? That's not it. Okay, so let's check. Let's ask Erez Seiler. Are you there? Erez Seiler?
Erez, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Mr. Seiler, can you state your name and address for the record, please? Mr. Seiler, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please continue. State your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Can you please state your name and address for the record? Please do not mute and unmute yourself. Please leave it up to staff. You are unmuted. Can you please state your name and address for the record? You know what? We'll come back to you. Let's move on to Mr. Anthony Wong. Mr. Wong, are you there?
And committee members.
Yes, thank
My
you.
name is Anthony Wong of 622 St. Germain Avenue. Postal code is Mary 5 Mary 1 X-ray 5.
Thank you. Mr. Wong, can you share with us some of your concerns so that we'll ask the agent to address it afterwards? What do you want to share?
Certainly, yes. Yeah. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to address this at the committee. I know that there are parties that have been signed up to support the proposal, but please note that there are some distance away from the applicant's house. While we and several other neighbors on the call today are adjacent houses located on the other side of the fence, so the impact on us are more direct. And I wish that the committee would give more weight to our opinion. Collectively, we all agree that the proposed house at 71 Marmion Avenue will have a high degree of negative impact to our lifestyle. The house is exceeding the bylaw limits in a great way, while the builder and owners still claim these variants are minor. We find that particularly the variance item number 1, lot coverage, item number 3, house length, and item number 8, finished first floor height are unacceptable. Now, the most pressing issue is that this house is to be built so far back into the backyard, which is only 9 meters from the fence, with a very high first floor at 2.61 meter, which is much taller than our fence at 2 meters. In addition to that, there will be a porch to be extended beyond the house. In other words, there will be just a few meters to our fence. So once built, the occupants and guests will be close to us, and it's going to undermine our privacy. I guess I will leave my neighbor to talk about the house length, but I want to focus more on the first floor height and the distance to the backyard fence. We understand the applicants provide a list of houses that have been approved in the past as comparable. The fact is, we cannot just look at one single parameter without examining other parameters at the same time, because if we take other parameters into consideration, we can understand that it's not just one or two singulars, but it's a combination of the many to form a complete picture. Now, for instance, about the first floor height, the applicant proposed 2.61, while the bylaw allows only 1.5 meters only. This is a 75% exceeding the bylaw, but the applicant still call it a minor variance. The applicant is referring to the previous approved project that includes 172 Falkirk Street, number 80 Marmion Avenue, number 1717 Woburn Avenue. But let's take a look at these with care. Now, 172 Falkirk Street, the first floor height is 2.8 meter, but the lot coverage is 38%, which is a lot lesser than what the applicant is proposing right now. And the distance to the fence is 13.33 meters to the fence, while the applicants right now is having only 9 meters. For number 80 Marmion Street, first floor height is 2.57 meters. Although the lot coverage is over 40, but the distance to the fence is 11.25 meters. The same thing as 717 Woburn Avenue. The first floor height is 2.4 meter, is a little bit lower than what the applicant's proposing right now. But the lot coverage is only 36%, and the distance to the fence is 17 meters, which means these houses may have very high first floor, but the distance to the backyard neighbor is reasonable. They're all over 11 meters, making them less intrusive. Now, as far as the lot coverage is concerned, the applicant requests 40%, while the bylaw allows only 30. The applicant has listed number 585 Dawlish Avenue, which is 41% coverage. Well, this is true, it's a high coverage, but 585 Dawlish has 10.16 meter to the fence. The other one is 478 Melrose Avenue. which got a similar lot coverage at about 42%, but the distance to fence is 12 meters. Same as a 550 Fairlawn Avenue. Lot coverage is 44%, but the structure leaves about 12-meter room to the backyard fence. And by the way, these houses that the applicants is using as examples, they are all corner houses. Despite the higher lot coverage, these houses allow sufficient distance to the neighbor in the backyard. And furthermore, a corner house has only one side of the house open to the street, so essentially making them less disturbing. So I'm happy to share these findings with you because if you just look at this one single parameter, it won't tell you much. But we do not have a whole day to do that. The truth is, the proposal length at 71 Marmion Avenue has less respect for the privacy enjoyment of the neighbors. So I sincerely
I'll
ask
you
you
to
to
please
check all houses.
summarize, Mr. Wong.
And none of them is
Hello, Mr.
built
Wong.
so deep into the backyard.
Yeah, if you can please summarize quickly, your time is almost up.
Yeah, I think that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for hearing this.
All right, thank you so much. Committee members, do you have any questions of Mr. Wong before we move on to the next member? Okay, let's move on to Andrew Lee.
Madam Chair, I have a Erez on the phone.
Okay, then let's ask him to speak. Erez Seiler.
Hi there, it's Erez Seiler. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, and apologies for earlier technical issues. It's Erez Seiler, 620 St. Germain.
Thank you. And if you'd like to share with committee members what your concerns are.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee and provide my comments regarding the proposed variance application with respect to the development on 71 Marmion. Development criteria and official plan policy 4.1.5 is a cornerstone directive to defining the City of Toronto's intentions for neighborhoods. Policy 4.1.5 of the official plan states that development in established neighborhoods will respect and reinforce the existing physical character of each geographic neighborhood, including in particular prevailing heights, massing, scale, density, and dwelling type of nearby residential properties. Policy goes on to say that the prevailing building type and physical character of a geographic neighborhood will be determined by the most frequently occurring form of development in that neighborhood. The official plan acknowledges that the overall character of the neighborhood should be protected. However, the variance application is requesting approval for 3 specific variances that are not the character of the neighborhood. Specifically, the proposed height of the first floor above established grade is 2.36 meters, which is double the permitted height of 1.2 meter, and dwarfs a recent new development immediately to the west of this proposed building. The proposed finished first floor is 2.61 meters, which is 74%, more than the permitted height of 1.5 meters. And the proposed building length is 20.22 meters, which is 19% more than permitted maximum building length of 17 meters. In short, these proposed variances are not minor under any definition of that word. I'll also note that we just heard the application from 127 JOICEY, where a neighbor was objecting to the building length of 18.75 meters being not a minor variance, with the conclusion of the applicant representative agreeing to reduce the length to 18 meters. While that's a separate development, it does not set precedent. It is, however, representative of the type of developments in this neighborhood. In the applicant's cover letter accompanying the submission, other properties are identified as having received similar variance approvals. I submit that this list is misleading in submissions. Namely, while some of the other properties in the surrounding neighborhoods received max building length variance approvals, the cover letter fails to mention that the length of the lot of those properties are not similar to the one in question. On a deeper lot, a length variance such as the one proposed may in fact be acceptable. In fact, the building length for the comparable properties referenced in the applicant's cover letter represents, on average, 42% of the total length of the lot size. That is what percent of the length of the lot is covered by the length of the building. In the proposal before us today, that ratio is 58%. That's a staggering 38% greater than the other properties the applicant referenced. In addition, the structure as proposed would situate the end of the livable space only 9 meters from the backyard neighbors. The other properties listed as having received max building length variances by the applicant in their cover letter are situated on average 18.5 meters from their rear neighbors. That's more than twice the distance proposed in this application. And that understates the privacy concern, as the 9 meters does not include the proposed concrete porch, which would situate the occupant even closer to the backyard neighbors. It's also noteworthy that the properties listed as having received variance approvals for the max building height are not the same ones as having received approval for the floor height variance. It's a combination of the max building length and the height of the first floor that raise the privacy concerns and sets this house apart from others in the neighborhood and contravenes policy 4.1.5. These privacy concerns, which are shared by the adjacent neighbors of the applicant, could be resolved in a compromise reach if given a chance to negotiate in good faith. I will note that there was an exchange of emails this morning. However, the modifications suggested by the applicant of adding trees and privacy screens do not address these concerns. Cedar trees already exist at the property line and will not block the line of sight given the proposed variances. In addition, the privacy screens were proposed for the side of the house and would be problematic to put at the end of the covered porches, concrete porches suggested. Because of the construction of the swimming pool, this would create a safety concern. We have proposed reasonable modifications to the applicant of reducing the length by 1 meter to 19.22 meters, and likewise reducing the height of the first floor by 1 meter, both measurements still significantly in excess of the allowed measurements.
Please summarize.
Yet to hear back from the applicant.
Mr. Seiler, please summarize.
In summary, it's my and the other adjacent neighbors' view that the variances did not meet the 4 tests required for their approval, and that the proposed development does not meet the prevailing patterns and characteristics of the neighborhood. I would ask the committee to deny the application and allow the opportunity for the applicant, working together with the neighbors, to reach a compromise that would satisfy the concerns of all stakeholders.
Okay, thank you.
Prevailing building types and physical characteristics.
Thank you for that.
of
We
this
are out
geographic
of
neighborhood.
time. Members, do you have any questions of the area resident at this time? Okay, thank you. And if that's the case, we're going to move on to the final area resident, Mr. Andrew Lee.
I'm just wondering, are you able to?
Is Mr. Andrew Lee on the call at this time?
I'm just wondering, are you able to hear the rest of the hearing through the?
Yeah, good afternoon, committee members. It's Andrew Lee.
Can you state your address for our records, please?
Yeah. Andrew Lee at 73 Marmion Avenue. We're the property immediately beside the proposed building at 71.
Okay, and if you can share your concerns.
My concerns with the requested variances deal mainly with the height of the first floor as well as the length of the overall structure. The specific requested variances I'm addressing are item number 1, which is the permitted maximum lot coverage, item number 3, which is the permitted maximum building length, as well as item number 8, which is the maximum permitted finished first floor height. Turning to the lot coverage, the proposed lot coverage is 40.73%. The maximum lot coverage allowable is 30%. So that's a 25% increase. That combined with the proposed length of the building, which is 20.22 meters, brings the rear of this building a lot closer to the rear property line than compared to other similar homes in the neighborhood. As my neighbors have all stated previously, we're looking at about a 9-meter setback in the backyard from the back of the house to the property line. The applicant has put forth a number of different properties in which buildings of similar length have been approved, but the key to understanding the objection here is to consider how this particular building fits on this particular lot. The other approved buildings were on lots that were much bigger, which resulted in a much greater distance between the rear of the building and the rear fence at the back. Now, why is this an issue? It's an issue because for me personally, for my family and I, we have a concrete patio out back behind our house, and it's attached to the house. And our our first floor height above grade level is 1.75 meters, whereas the proposed finished floor above grade level being proposed by the applicant is 2.61 meters. So that's the difference of about 2 feet 10 inches. So their concrete patio, if the house is being built in accordance with what's being proposed, will be about 3 feet higher than our concrete patio, which is going to cause privacy issues as well as be visually oppressive. In addition, if you look at their plan, they have a 4-foot concrete planter wall that rises from the surface of the concrete patio, which when you combine it with the overall height of the concrete patio, which is about 8 feet plus 4 feet, we're going to be facing a 12-foot wall beside our concrete patio. Now, in our negotiations with the builder, they've offered to reduce or remove that concrete railing, so to speak, and put glass in there, but that still doesn't take away from the privacy issues. So that's going to be a big concern for us. So in summary, we're objecting to the proposed finished first floor height at 2.61 meters, which I've said is almost 3 feet higher than ours, and the length of the building at 20.22 meters, which combined with the concrete patio places the concrete patio adjacent to ours and causes it to tower over our concrete patio, causing privacy issues. The other thing to keep in mind is that the side setbacks are very minimal here. We're talking about lot sizes that are a lot smaller than some of the other lots that were put forth by the builder in their cover letter. So you've got to take everything into account: size of the lot, the width of the lot, and this building, together with the concrete patio, is going to be much larger, taller than all the other buildings in the neighborhood. And quite frankly, it's not in keeping with the neighborhood look. So that's essentially what I have to say.
Okay.
I'm pleased to continue my discussions with the builder in an attempt to try to find a satisfactory solution for everybody concerned.
Okay, thank you. Committee members,
Thank you.
do you have any questions of Mr. Lee at this time? Okay, there being none, let's move it back on to the agent, Mr. Zabzuni. You've heard what these 3 area residents have to say. Can you, within 5 minutes, address their concerns? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the concerning neighbors. So I would like to start with essentially the first floor height. I know 2.61 meter was mentioned, but I'd like to emphasize that's under the old bylaw from Crown of the Road, measured from that point. On the new bylaw, it's 2.31 meters. This is very similar to 80 Marmion Avenue in terms of first floor height, which has already been approved, and it's in very close proximity. The rear yard setback has been mentioned a lot from the neighbors, and I need to emphasize that we are not requesting any rear setback variance, neither to the deck or the home itself. So we do comply with that. We are working with existing conditions, and we're making the best use in terms of achieving something that the homeowner's family are looking to build, while also working closely with city planning to make sure that it's compatible with the neighborhood. So there's no variances for rear deck size as well, or height or length of the rear deck, which has come up. And we also comply with side yard setbacks. So the previous neighbor just mentioned that that it's minimal, but we are complying on both sides. So I think that's important to emphasize. As the building envelope on itself. So yes, we comply with building with side yard setbacks, and we comply with building height under the new bylaw, the overall building height. So that's important to note. And again, all of these variances have been worked together, collaborating with city planning. The homeowner has put a lot of effort into making this home compatible based on working with planning, and also has been putting great effort to working with the neighbors themselves. And that's why we sent in a site plan today showing a privacy screen and also cedar trees for extra privacy on the rear yard. So I think that shows effort, and I would hope that the neighbors appreciate that the homeowners trying to work with them as they're going to be neighbors in the future. The homeowners are trying to get along with everyone so that they have a good relationship moving forward, and it's give and take. And given that we've worked with planning, we're trying to work with neighbors. I hope that's taken into consideration. There's always going to be a middle ground. It's not as if we're getting everything we'd like to get. We worked with city planning, and I'm sure potentially neighbors may not want any development at all. But it's a give and take situation as always, and we believe we're reasonable in our request of these variances. So there's any other questions? But in terms of building length, again, I have emphasized that the home on its own, for the majority portion of it, essentially has extra building length of just about a foot. The rest is all triggered by the one-story rear breakfast nook. And I believe, and that needs to be reviewed on its merit, because I believe it's being used against this application as an argument about rear setback and building length, whereas we're just talking about a one-story breakfast nook here. And that's important to emphasize. As city planning recognizes that, we worked with them, and they are supportive of this revised application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, do you have any questions of Mr. Zabzuni at this time? No questions noted, and so just to reiterate, there is a forestry concern, 8 variances noted, and of the 2 letters of objection, they've already spoken. Those are the members that actually did speak, 3 area residents, and there is also 3 letters of support. Can I get a motion on this application, please? Okay, Member Attarodi, go ahead.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I listened to the applicant, I look at the variance, I listen to the neighbors. For me, still the law coverage of 40.73% versus 30% is not minor. Also, the building length, 20 meter, 20.22 meter versus 17 meter. Those numbers are not minor. Therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to refuse this application.
Okay, motion from Member Attarodi to refuse this application. Can I get someone to second that app? And seconded by Member Manning. All those in favor? And those dissenting? Member Giuseppe Bartolo is dissenting. I had to think about your name for a minute there. It's so late. Okay, and so this application has been refused. Sorry about that. And we will move on now to, let's bring your attention, members, to item number 44. Sorry, it's the last item of the day, but we do have an urgent request to pull this forward. So item number 44, and we'll get back to the regular schedule afterwards, but item number 44 is 589 Sudan Avenue. And we have a Mahir Manios on the line. Mr. Manios, are you there?
Madam Chair.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Sure, it's Mahir Manios, number 1 Teakwood Grove, Toronto, M3B 2H9. And thanks for accommodating my request.
No problem. So this is a proposal to demolish the existing 2-story detached and construct a new 2-story detached with covered front porch deck, rear basement walkout, and integral garage. I note that there's 8 variances, and you've got 4 signatures of support, but there's 2 letters of concerns. I presume that they wish to speak today on that because we do have members to speak, and forestry conditions apply. So why don't you provide us with a brief presentation on this application, and we'll hear from the area residents after. Go ahead.
Happy to, thank you. So this application was deferred from September 8th of last year in order to address some concerns with the west neighbor. Between myself and the client, we've done the following changes. We've reduced the building size by cutting the depth of it in order to to eliminate the GFA or FSI variance. As you can see, there's no variance for that anymore. So the building actually complies with all the setbacks, building length, FSI. We've reduced the building height from close to 10 meters down to 9.6 meters, and I'm going to dwell on this a little bit further. Additionally, there's a rear platform, which is more of a landing to access the backyard. Originally, we had it located on the west side, so we shifted it to the east side in order to have it further away from the west neighbor. And also that would have increased the proposed setback. Instead of just being inches away, now it's 1.07 meter from the east property line, taking advantage of the existing right-of-way. And it's approximately more than 4 meters away from the west property line. So we do still have a few additional variances that we still need to secure for this proposed dwelling. I'm just going to go to the variances quickly. Variances 1 and 4 pertain to the landscaping in the front yard. I'd like to say this is very similar to what's there right now in terms of magnitude, and if staff would be kind enough to bring up the presentation material. So page 4 of that, there's actually the existing condition of the front yard that you can show. How the toned area shows the extent of hard landscaping that's there right now. The reason for the variance is actually because of the right-of-way on the easterly side of the property. If committee sees it fit to approve this application, and once we secure a building permit, my client can negotiate with the east neighbor to extinguish the right-of-way, which won't be required anymore because both houses would have integral garages. That will actually increase the front yard landscaping to 65.6 versus the allowable 50%, and the soft landscaping to 91.7 versus the required 75%. So the variances would not be required anymore. But we can't extinguish the right-of-way until a committee for adjustment is approved because we wouldn't have any parking. The right-of-way is basically to give access to parking in the backyard. Additionally, my client is willing to put if the committee sees it fit to approve it, is to put a condition that the driveway to be made of permeable material. So that will increase actually the rainflow. Variances 2, 5, and 8 pertain to the building height, which we have reduced to 9.6 meter. I'm sure the committee is aware of the new OLT approval bylaw number 1277 of 2022. Where they've actually, for the former City of Toronto property, which just happens to be one of them, they've increased the height from 9 to 10 meter. So if we were to elect to withdraw our application and resubmit, we wouldn't need the variances because the allowable height, number one is the last variance under the former City of Toronto has been rescinded because the bylaws have been rescinded. And the other 2 variances, we would be in compliance because it has been increased by 1 meter and we will be 40 centimeter lower than the allowable height of 10 meter. Variance number 6 pertains to the integral garage. And if staff can just scroll through the tons of pictures that we've provided at the end of so if you can just keep going further down, you'll see there's over 100 houses within 500 meter of this property, which have exactly the same sort of design concept of an integral garage. So I'd like to submit that this is predominantly the built form in the neighborhood. There's only a few, in those pictures, I think it's pages 15, 14, 63. There's about 5 of them which don't actually have garages, but they actually, when people have elected to do that, they've gone to a 3-story house. So they actually, even without an integral garage, the massing is very similar to what we're proposing today. The last variance being variance number 3, which is the roof eaves. This is actually a huge improvement over what's there right now. Sure. The existing eaves trough actually encroaches 9 centimeter onto the neighboring west property. With what we're doing, because we're shifting the house further away from the west property line, we're actually not encroaching anymore. And with some room to spare, we do have support letters. Transportation and development planning are supportive of the garage. And we have no objection to forestry condition, although we already submitted the complete application.
Thank you. I'll ask
committee.
you to stop there. And so, committee members, do you have any questions of Mr. Manios? at this time. Okay, let's move on to the next speaker, area resident, and I'm just double checking that this is not the owner, Nir Gazit. Nir Gazit, are you there? Nir Gazit.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Please state your name and address for our records, please.
Hello, dear committee. My name is Nir. I'm the owner of 593 Sudan, Toronto, Ontario, 4S1X1.
Thank you. If you can share your concerns.
Yeah, I live on the east side of 589 Sudan. I'm the direct neighbor of so as you can see, many variances in the application. I can argue that most of them are not minor, but to save the committee precious time, I would like to focus on the most important ones, which are number 2 and number 4. According to the proposed plan, the house will be too tall, the tallest in the area, 9.6 meters, but the allowed height is 9. Accordingly, the walls will be too tall, which is variance number 4. It will block the sun, the airways, and will impact my family quality of life. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Okay. You can see that all the neighbors that live next to 598 Sudan object the plan. There is a support letter, but from neighbors that live quite far away from this specific applicant. It's like at least four to 5 houses away, and they will not be impacted by all these variances. So I hope you will take this into account. Something that the agent said about the right of way. So I do share this right of way. And I spoke with the owner, and I told her specifically that I don't want to give away this right away. Again, I don't mind the future if we plant there flowers, but to remove this right away completely, this is something that I don't plan to do in the future. So if the agent takes this one into account in the future, this is something that I wasn't approached, and this is something that I haven't discussed with the applicant. So far, I'm not willing to do that.
Okay, thank you so much. Committee members, do you have any questions of the area resident at this time? Okay, there being none, let's move on to the second area residents, and I believe there's a Jonathan Clifford and Catherine Pepevnak of 585 Sudan Avenue. Jonathan Clifford and Catherine, are you there?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Jonathan Clifford here.
Okay, thank you. And please state your address for our record.
Absolutely. 585 Sudan Avenue, M4S, 1 X-ray 1.
Okay, so
and Catherine Pepevnak is already here. Is also here for the record, Madam Chair. Just you called my name. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So only one of you is speaking at this time. You're both listed as one party. So which one would like to speak?
I think we've already decided it would be me, Madam Chair.
Okay, that would be great. Mr. Clifford, if you can share your concerns, please. Thank you.
Absolutely happy to appear before the committee. Madam Chair, in our research for our remarks today, we found that Davisville Village has over 3,700 properties, and most of these are on 25-foot lots and the detached and semi-detached homes dating from the 30s and 40s. And city planners say it has a unique character. The city has recognized and codified this, adding restrictions and amendments to the general bylaws. And together, all these guardrails encourage appropriate redevelopment, something we feel is supported by most of the community, ourselves included. And despite the modest lot width, the bylaws offer generous allowances for renovation and renewal projects. Now, our objections to the requested variances demonstrate the negative impact to the privacy and quiet enjoyment of our home, permanent impacts that others who live across from or down the street from the proposal will not experience, and these are detailed in our written remarks and renderings. We also demonstrate that the prevailing character of the neighborhood does not include features of this application, and we represent our concerns in a specific context, noting that the aspirations or rights or privileges of an individual end the moment they impinge on those of others. And the general context is equally important, and the same thought is true. What we may want should not be broadly imposed across the community. And in the compromise, we're both guided by and restricted by regulation. The challenge with proposals like this one is a limiting width of the properties. 25 feet may be part of the unique character of Davisville, but 25 feet is also a clear disadvantage when one proposes a home more suited to the wider lots typical in North York or Leaside, applications the committee sees regularly. This reality is addressed through Bylaw 1426, specific to Davisville, wherein there are only two orders. One prohibiting integral garages, and the other placing setback restrictions on elevated platforms. 1426 was designed to cure a problem, and using existing dwellings with that problem in support should not be considered as evidence of prevailing character. And I think we've demonstrated the prevailing character of Davisville does not include integral garages. In real terms then, it's the integral garage that concerns us most, not for its inclusion per se, but for the impacts that inclusion has on every other variance in the proposal and the subsequent impacts those have on us. That's where everything starts. The desire for this feature drives the overall height of the project, starting with the first floor plates. And an elevated first floor is an elevated back door, the platform in this case. Accommodating a vehicle within the residence envelope pressures space for other things, and so volumes are maximized, ceilings are raised, eaves encroach, roof pitches increase, and landscaping for water management suffers. And all these elements are represented in the variance request, and they all combine to create adverse and harmful and consequential impacts specifically upon us. Real impacts, real risks to our property and privacy, as itemized in our written remarks, impacts that will not be felt by others. Now, the courts conclude that minor is lesser or comparatively small in size or importance, and that a variance could be more than minor because it's too large or too important. And so to ask for a feature prohibited by statute is asking for a significant change, not a minor variance. Moreover, if it generates further requests, the initiating request itself amplifies its own importance. As for the other requests, they too are neither minor in absolute size nor impact. The platform setback is only 60% of that required. The eave setback is a little more than half what it should be, while the request for relief on soft landscaping was recommended for rejection by city staff. The courts further note that each variance should be considered from a land use planning and public interest point of view by analyzing the intent and purpose of the official plan and the zoning bylaw at issue. This is the context in which we also raise objection. In sum, we submit that the request for relief for the garage, as well as the other requests that stem directly from that, are neither minor nor unimportant, are undesirable, specifically and generally across the community, as indicated by the existence of an amending statute, and, while respectful of the Transportation Service's opinion, yet mindful of its narrow scope and specific remit, a more extensive analysis shows that the intent and purpose of both the zoning bylaw and the official plan are not met, since the result will be out of character
I'll ask you
with
to
the prevailing
please
neighborhood.
Please summarize.
Absolutely. Our strongest objection is to the integral garage, Madam Chair, and we believe that Davisville applicants have realized remarkable homes on these 25-foot lots that offer a unique character to the area, while meeting the bylaws with occasional exceptions that are truly minor. We think it can be achieved here as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clifford and Catherine. Members, do you have any questions for this area resident? Okay, at this time, let's move on to the next area resident noted on file here, and that's Sylvia Fazzolari.
Madam Chair, I believe that's the owner.
Oh, this is the owner. Okay. All right. Let's take that off. All right. Let's move back then to the agent, Mr. Manios. You've heard what the area residents have had to say. And a couple of them formed the letters of objection, although I think that there is one from Wolf that you might have seen. So if you care to share your, your responses to those arguments, please begin. You have 5
Sure.
minutes.
Sorry, if staff can bring up the existing pictures that we submitted as part of the application, I'd like to refer to the house next door to the east, number 593, which is actually a flat roof house, and it has a building height of 9 meters, so a vertical shear wall of 9 meters all the way from front to back. This house was built before 2013, so the wall height did not apply to it, and the required height would be 7.2, so you wouldn't be able to build that house. It has 2 balconies at the front. It has 2 balconies, the full extent of the house at the back. We're proposing a house 9 feet shorter, lesser in height, and as I explained earlier, without beating this to death, is this is actually not going to be a variance anymore if we resubmit, because the new bylaw, the height requirement is 10 meters. So it's sort of a moot point. Regarding the right of way removed or not, I did not say we discussed it with the neighbors. It is something we can approach the neighbor once this decision is final and binding, if the committee sees it fit. We cannot do this in advance because it wouldn't be allowable. Regarding the west neighbor, I respectfully disagree with the regarding character. I think we've proved with all the pictures that we've submitted. I did not do a whole Davisville study. I just did it localized to 500 meters. There's over 100 houses of example of this being built, not to mention the next door neighbor and 2 doors down across the road, and so on and so on. There is no encroachment for eavesdrop. The existing eavesdrop actually encroach onto the west neighbor's house. We're actually, by pulling the house further away from the property line, we're going to move the eavesdrop away. It's difficult to comply with the bylaw when you only have an allowable setback of 1.5 feet. Regarding the platform, the whole reason we deferred our application last year was to address the west neighbors, and that's what we did. Is we actually shifted it. It's not a deck. It's literally just a landing to give you access to the backyard. It's 40 square feet. There's 4 meter spatial separation between it and the west neighbor, and there's 1.07 setback to the east side. We are talking about a 25-foot lot. To achieve a 6-foot setback would be like, it's fine if you have a 50-foot lot to be able to achieve that. But this is not a deck, it's not a platform, it's just strictly a landing to give access to the backyard. I think city staff did not comment this time around because my thought is that they're satisfied with the changes that we've done last time. They did recommend all these changes, which most of them have been taken into account. And I think this fits the neighborhood. It's the built form. All the new houses, renovations in the neighborhood fit this bill. And I'm happy to answer any question.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, do you have any questions of Mr. Zabzuni at this time? Okay, that being said then, let's take this into committee. You've heard what the neighbors had to say. You've heard the concerns, the responses from Mr. Zabzuni. And we are aware that forestry conditions apply. There's 8 variances and 4 signatures of support. Please let me know when you're ready for a motion. Member Bartolo, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. And, listen, I've listened to both sides of this argument, and in reviewing it and understanding the changing nature of the bylaws in the area, especially with recent revisions late last year, I'm inclined to agree with the arguments of the applicant here, and therefore I will put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the conditions of the urban forestry memo requirements, and that is all.
Okay, motion from Member Bartolo to approve this application subject to forestry. Can I have someone to second that motion? Seconded by Member Paul. All those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, At this time, I do agree with Member Bartolo's motion, and I'll agree to the motion. So therefore, this motion passes. Mr. Manios, your application has been approved, subject to forestry. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, members, at this time, let's move back to the remaining items as was in order, and that is item number 41, and this is 15 Bakersfield Street. The agent is Ida Evangelista once again. Please, members, if you would note for this application, this was to construct a one-story detached garage, and please note that this application was deferred as of November 18th in 2021 to allow the applicant to meet with transportation services. For this application, you will note that there is no transportation services report, but there is forestry conditions that apply. I will also note there's no one else to speak to this application. So I'll bring on the agent, Ms. Evangelista, if you can come back on and state your name and address once again for the record.
I am, yes, sorry. My apologies, I muted myself. Good afternoon or good evening. Ida Evangelista, 53 Bedford Avenue, Toronto, Ontario. I am the representative for 15 Bakersfield. I've just joined the team. I went through all the correspondence from start. I know planning did have concerns, and it's been deferred a couple of times. And there's 3 variances, 2 of which relate to the existing garage, existing ancillary structure that is in the rear of the property that was built under a previous decision that has gone through committee. So what the application that you have in front of you now, and if you refer to the staff report from planning, I've spoken to Diana personally, and in part their concern was more of the buffer, the landscape buffer at the front, a 3-meter buffer, which the owners did comply with, and now planning is quite satisfied with the application. They do want us to, and they do want they want a condition tied that we would submit a landscape plan just to show that 3-meter buffer remains, which we're okay with doing that. We are short, I believe, 4 parking spaces. And we do have parking on the property. So a couple of different, there's various things. This is a repair shop. This area is known for used car sales within the perimeter and within the neighborhood and area. So a lot of times what happens is, now the structure, there's, I believe, it's a 4 or 5 bay window and a door. And a lot of times what will happen is it's at a size where 2 cars, there will be 2 hoists, 2 cars can be worked on simultaneously. And what happens is a lot of the dealers within the area, they'll bring a car in, have it repaired, and then they take it back to their own lot. So with that said, and many of the workers there do not drive. Maybe 2 of them drive, and most of them take TTC because it is quite close to TTC. And with this, I respectfully submit that this is desirable and appropriate use for the subject lands, and they've worked quite hard to address planning's comments.
Okay, thank you.
And transportation.
Evangelista, I made an error when I said in the beginning that there was no transportation report. There was a late one that is on your screens now, committee members. If you can look at that, you'll see that the comments are based on the comments noted above. Transportation Services still recommends deferral of this variance. Can you go up to just show me the date of this? This has been January 17th that they just sent this in. So they're still recommending deferral, but you've heard what Ms. Evangelista has said. There's no one here to speak to this application. Do you have any questions or of Ms. Evangelista at this time that you'd like to put forward, committee members? There is forestry attached to this, and there's 3 variances. And Mr. Member Bartolo, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify a few things, Ms. Evangelista, all of these setback conditions are existing conditions from the current, is it auto shop that's there now?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct, Member Bartolo.
That's it for me on the questions.
We've got one from Member Kidd. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at the survey. There's with regard to the setback on the north limb of the property. There's an ancillary building at the I guess the northeast corner of the property that appears to be over the line by north of the property line by about 0.7. And on the site plan, it says that building is to remain, but they're showing on the site plan, they're showing it south of the property line. Can you just explain that?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, I will explain. Bear with me for 1 second. So I do see that they have, they are encroaching the line. It appears that they've used the previous owners have used the fence as the property line. This is an existing situation. They purchased the house they purchased the property like this. So we will have to take a look at this and discuss with the neighboring property, and perhaps perhaps make an offer to purchase that parcel, that sliver, or ideally see how we can and how they can move the ancillary structure over. Because this has gone to Committee of Adjustment previous years. Before my time, and it was approved. It was, they did receive drawings for it. I'll have to discuss with neighbors, or additionally, what they could do is they will have to discuss it with the neighboring property. I'm not sure that addresses your comment through you, Madam Chair, to Member Kidd, but that is the best I can offer, unfortunately.
Okay, Ms. Evangelista, I note that, there was deferrals, in previous years, and I wondered if you can share with us what was done differently to come forward this time. What has sort of changed? Because it seems to me to be the same application that might be coming forward, or am I wrong?
No, they have changed it. They have changed it slightly. They've increased the landscaping area. They've increased. They've added the permeable pavers to address planning's concerns. I'm somewhat perplexed on transportation because after several meetings, as I mentioned, I just joined the team, but as you know, many meetings had happened with transportation, they wrote a report September 29, 2022, which then once that was dealt with, moved on to planning and addressed planning's concerns because September 29, 2022, Transportation Services wrote a report stating the current submission proposes a total of parking spaces of 6, which is acceptable. Conclusions based on the above, Transportation Services have no objections to the minor variance application. Had I known on January 17th, that is on file, Madam Chair. So now I've just pulled up the January 17th report. I do see that it differs from the previous one where the owners did work with transportation and addressing their comments because planning wanted additional landscaping, transportation wants additional parking. And as I mentioned, this particular area, cars from neighboring dealers get work done at this particular location, and then the cars go back to their location. So that was all agreed upon. So now at the 11th hour, receiving this type of memorandum when we believe that transportation's comments were all addressed, you can understand I'm somewhat perplexed.
We have received this report late as well. It wasn't part of our files, but nor was the decision of September that you've said 22nd, I believe. And so I don't see that as well. I will ask.
Yeah, to September 29.
29th, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll ask, let's just see this. This is the previous decision. All right, so this is just the previous decision around, I presume it's the deferral.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so.
Can I, Madam Chair, member Kidd's comment regarding the ancillary structure?
Yes.
Can you stand this down so that I can just talk to the owner and just talk to the owner about this for 2 minutes and then you can go to the next item, I'll come back. Is that okay?
Sure, I think that's what we'll do. We'll stand this down.
I really don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. You know, I want to get this addressed, and I want member Kidd to have some comfort level or how this is going to move forward.
Okay, not a problem. We'll stand this down, and let's turn our attention then to item number 42, which is number 70. Bainbridge Avenue.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I was going to suggest if we could take a 10-minute break and come back to the same matter before we finish the last hearings of the day.
Okay, if that's what you desire, no problem. We'll take 10 minutes. See you back here in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, committee members. So we're not going to move forward just yet on this this application to the next application. Let's still stick with number 15 Bakersfield Street. I'm wondering if the agent Ida Evangelista has come back.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm what I said was correct. And if we refer to the site plan, they will be removing. If we refer to the site plan, you'll see that that existing shed wall will then line up with the proposed wall at 0.91. So what they intend to do, what the new owner will be doing is removing that wall and building that wall in accordance to the site plan that you have in front of you, giving a north side yard setback of 0.91 from east to west and west to east.
I will ask Member Kidd if that is clear to him and to all members, actually.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. That's good.
Okay, with that, there are some other questions coming out. Member Attarodi, please go ahead.
Yes, for you, Madam Chair, I would like to just clarify that this site plan that have been submitted to the committee on December 29, 2022, is that the correct site plan?
City staff is checking on this.
As am I.
December 29, 2022. This is also the site plan that city staff, in the body of their city staff report, they refer it and actually recommend as a condition that staff recommend that the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with revised site plan drawings submitted to Committee of Adjustment. Date stamp received on December 29th, 2022, attachment number 2. So I just would like to get a clarification if December 29, 2022 site plan reflect that correct site plan?
Am I allowed to speak?
Okay, if you can hold on 1 minute.
No, I'm muted. Yeah, no problem.
Madam Chair, just confirming this is the site plan from December 29, 2022.
Okay, so planning staff has confirmed, Member Attarodi.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions, committee members? So we'll be taking this into committee, and Ms. Evangelista, there will be no more opportunity to speak.
Yes.
Or share any concerns.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Members, so what we have here is an application that has come back, a number of times. We've got to look at the facts in terms of what we had. You saw that there was a late staff report that just really said refer back to, receive this information and refer back to the staff report, so it doesn't give much indication of anything else. We do know that forestry conditions apply, but we also have received a late transportation report as of 2 days ago. If we've received that, then that absolutely trumps any other reports that may have taken place in the last year or prior. So you've got a report that's really, the conclusion is saying that they recommend deferral. You've heard the whole application, and this has been deferred a couple of times already. So bear that in mind in your decision making. And, I will allow you some time to deliberate, and then when you're ready, please a motion for this, whether it is to approve or defer or deny. Okay, we've got Member Bartolo with a motion. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I understand this is not necessarily the most straightforward application, and there's been some back and forth on this. However, I do believe what's being presented here is minor, and that the intent of the construction and the project itself is in keeping with the nature of the neighborhood and generally desirable for that area. Therefore, I will put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the condition noted in the January 12th, 2023 staff report, noting that the applicant shall submit a landscape plan to the satisfaction of the Director of Community Planning, North York District, and subject to the conditions of the urban forestry memo attached, and that is all.
Okay, we have a motion from Member Bartolo to approve, subject to the staff report, as well as the latest staff report, as well as forestry, urban forestry. Can I have someone to second that motion, please? If this is not seconded, okay, seconded by Member Paul. All those in favor? All those against this application, opposed? So you've left me in another difficult position. I cannot agree with Member Bartolo's perspective, and so for that, this motion fails. Can I get another motion, please? Motion from Member Bartolo again.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I don't want to see the applicant go round and round in circles. I think the application has merits. Therefore, based on this, I'll put forward a motion to defer this application to allow the applicant to coordinate with transportation services.
Thank you.
That'll be deferred sine die.
Okay, so a motion from Member Bartolo to defer this application sine die, to allow the applicant to go back and work this out with transportation services. Can I get someone to second that motion? Seconded by Member Manning. All those in favor? Okay, unanimously approved. Your application has been deferred sine die to work this out with transportation, because that's what committee members seem to need in order to move forward. Okay, so thank you. And
thank you.
Let's move on now to item number 42, which is 73 Bainbridge Avenue. 73 Bainbridge Avenue is a proposal to construct a new dwelling. Members, please note that there's 6 variances on file, and there's a staff report of January 12th that recommend specific variances be refused. That is variance number 1, 3, and 4. On the file, we've got only one speaker noted, and that is Mr. Marin Zabzuni again. Mr. Zabzuni, are you there?
Good evening. This is Marin Zabzuni at 1140 the Queensway.
Okay, thank you. I see no one here to speak to this application, and so I'm wondering, are you first of all making any of the changes as was requested from the staff report?
No, because we actually spoke with planning a few months ago. I recognize that the staff report was submitted very recently. However, we spoke to planning a few months ago and explained the rationale that a lot of these variances are from a technical perspective due to the excavated rear deck. And we had a very pleasant conversation where there was a good understanding. So I'm actually quite surprised and disappointed at reading the staff report, because it's opposite to the conversation we had.
Okay.
We have a lot of support from neighbors too. that we submitted a week ago.
Yes, and so what I'd like you to do is perhaps in light of their concerns about these three variances and your prior conversation with them that led you to believe that it was okay, can you present briefly to the committee the merits of your application?
Absolutely, I'm happy to. So we're proposing a two-story new dwelling on a corner lot. Speaking of the first variance in terms of maximum lot coverage, so the proposed lot coverage for the house itself, the dwelling, is 33.9%, and the additional remaining coverage is due to the rear excavated deck. Even with that said, the total of coverage being 41.19% is still within other approved dwellings in the area and even on the streets, such as 29 Verwood Avenue at 41.34% approved, and also 23 Bainbridge Avenue at 41.60% approved. Again, to emphasize, the house itself is 33.90%. Only the rear deck is adding to the additional, which is non-living space. It's adding additional coverage variance. In terms of item number 2, building height, we're only proposing 7.76 meter to drain, have enough space to drain the water with the parapets, whereas the maximum allowed is 7.2. This is very, very minor and quite common in the area. There's other proposed variances approved at 43 McAllister Road at 8.36 meters and 58 Verwood Avenue at 9.46 meters. Item number 3, and I should say number 4 as well. So speaking to building length and building depth, this is definitely a technical variance, and this is very easy to see on the drawings. So although the length is stated at 22.37 meters, where maximum 17 meters is allowed, the actual building length of the first floor is only 15.62 meters, and there's portions of the first floor that's even smaller than that. And the second floor is actually only 13.56 meters in building length, significantly less than the maximum 17 meters allowed. So the only reason for this variance to be stated here is due to the rear excavated deck. So whether the deck is excavated or unexcavated, it makes no impact on the neighborhood. On the outside, you cannot see it. It's under the deck, and it's a technical variance for this reason alone. But this was talked to the assigned planner, and we discussed this. They had a clear understanding, and they said, no problem, please just remove the rear balcony variance. And we did. It's no longer here. So again, the planning report was submitted very recently. We were quite surprised, and no effort was made to contact us. I don't know if there was a miscommunication somewhere. Maybe the manager planner got involved. I don't understand where this planning report came from. It's really disheartening. And we've been waiting months after the deferred application to bring this to committee. So I wanted to say that on the record because it's truly honest, and we truly did not expect this. Moving on, with a side yard setback. So that's actually one of the reasons we even had a deferral, because the setback variance was not correct in the zoning notice. And we wanted to make sure that we went in with the whole application as it's supposed to be. And even with the side yard setback in this discussion, the variance is essentially triggered more to the front portion of the house, where the homeowners needed a bit more space on the garage. So the width of the garage area and a little bit of the mudroom space is a bit wider because that's what they need for their family's needs. And towards the back, the house actually reduces in building width. So that's I would like to emphasize that. These are the only variances we're asking for. And the significant ones, which are building length, depth, and coverage, are all triggered due to the rear excavated deck. That's one of the main reasons for those variances. The house itself overall is quite modest in terms of sizing, in terms of length, width, and height. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this. And we also, to add, we did receive 10 letters of support, majority of them being on Bainbridge Avenue from the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, do you have any questions of Mr. Zabzuni on this application? Now, I believe you that there are 10 letters of support, but we have not received it. But we have been receiving things a little bit late. But Member Attarodi, go ahead, please.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I had two questions. I appreciate the explanation regarding the building length and depth, which it clearly shows is technical. Regarding the side yard setback that the applicant mentioned is due to the garage, only due to the garage portion only. Is the applicant referred to east side yard setback?
So one moment. East side, yes. That's where the garage side is. On the left side, east side.
Okay, so my other question is regarding variance number 1. So would you please give us the percentage of how many percentage of that 41.19% is the dwelling, and how many percent is due to rare excavated deck? Could you please put it in different, put it in number and percentage?
Yes, absolutely. So the percentage of the dwelling itself is only 33.9%. If you want this in meters squared, it is 179.69 meters squared. And the percentage of the rear excavated deck is 7.29%. In meters squared, it is 38.65 meters squared.
Okay, thank you. The number, yes, now that you break it down, it's much less, but still I believe that lot coverage for the dwelling is a little bit more than what we generally approve, but thank you very much for the explanation and clarification.
Yes, thank you. And again, there's a house on Bainbridge that was approved for more, and other areas as we submitted our supporting material to provide evidence of this. But again, 33.9 is the dwelling itself. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Zabzuni? There being no other questions, members, can I get a motion, please? And please note the late staff report of wanting variance 1, 3, and 4 refused, but Mr. Zabzuni has explained himself as well as has indicated sending in 10 letters of support. Motion from Member Kidd. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to accept the explanation provided by the agent with regard to the city staff report. And I'm going to put forward a motion to accept the application.
Okay, so
without condition.
Right, motion from Member Kidd to accept this application without condition. Can I have someone to second this motion, please? Seconded by Member Bartolo. All those in favor? And all those opposed? Member Attarodi and Member Manning dissenting, and I will support Member Kidd's motion. So therefore, your application is approved, Mr. Zabzuni, without condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
You too. Okay, panel members and city staff, this is our final application of the evening, number 43, 260 Dawlish Avenue. I have newfound energy. So this is to construct a detached garage in the rear yard in the subject property. And please note that this application was previously deferred on March 11th of 2021 in order to allow the applicant to meet with area residents and address their concerns. We see that there's only 2 variances noted and no one else to speak to this application. We've got an agent, Mr. Sam Wu. Sam Wu, are you there?
Madam Chair, we don't have Sam Wu. However, we have, I believe, is the owner, Mr. Wang.
Mr. Wang? Okay, Mr.
Chair, sorry, Sam can't speak today, so
okay.
I'm going to speak on behalf of him.
Right, if you can state your name and address for our records, please.
Yeah, my name is Henry Wang from An Architecture Inc.
Okay, Mr. Wang, I understand that you've likely met with area residents. That's why they are not here today speaking to this application. Can you tell us what has transpired between then and now for this application to come back?
I actually just got a message today from Sam. I didn't have a chance to talk to the owner. I believe they already talked to the neighbors and they get
Okay.
some consent. Yeah.
All right, not a problem. So that being said, I'll turn to committee members, seeing that no one is here and there's no other sort of concerns that are listed except for just the two variances that are noted. Do you require a presentation?
I don't need a presentation.
I can just say a little word about this. Thank you very much. And I think the front yard setback.
Okay, if Mr. Wang, if you can hold on a moment, I was speaking to committee members, not you. So I understand that committee members have said they don't need a presentation, but I think I saw Member Atterodi had a question. Or was it Mr. Bartolo again? Yes, Mr. Bartolo, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick there, Mr. Wang. When I look at the survey, there's a brick garage to be removed, right? Are you removing and replacing the same garage?
There is no garage, I believe. There's only existing driveway with existing curb cut to the side street, and they're gonna propose to build a garage on top of the existing driveway.
Okay.
I don't believe there's an existing garage, but in the building they have a single garage.
Right. I'm just referring to the survey, which may be out of date, and it shows a garage there. That's why I was wondering if it's a remove and replace situation.
This survey is not our survey, actually.
No, we're on the one on the screen is not the. This is the correct.
This one, yeah.
Okay. No, you've answered my question. If it's not there, it's not there.
Members, do we have any other questions for the agent? I just want to make sure that members, you're able to see the garage or where the garage has been moved. Yeah, this is probably where you, Member Bartolo, was referencing. Just want to make sure you're okay with that. Okay, if there's no further questions, no presentation needed, I will leave it up to you, committee members, to make the final decision of the evening. Let me know when you're ready. Member Atterodi, please go ahead.
Yes, to you, Madam Chair. I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application and tie to the site plan to show the garage in relationship with the street and everything. And that is my motion with no other condition.
Sorry.
Oh, actually, transportation, we have a report from transportation, but they have no concern, but I can also tie to transportation report.
There's nothing that is noted for transportation, but in terms of tying it to the site plan, can you be more specific?
Which site plan? Okay, the site plan that is in front of me is dated February 2019, drawing number A1 in our package. There is one site plan that we have.
Okay, So motion from member Attarodi to approve this and tying this to the site plan as she has described, item A1 of the February 19th submissions. Okay.
Correct.
And tying it as well, to the transportation report, although there's no objections, there's nothing
Correct.
on that. So
Sorry.
can I have some, yeah,
So transportation has no objection?
no objection.
Right.
So if you.
So then,
they need to be able to clear it. So transportation needs to be able to clear any conditions imposed at the permit stage.
Yeah, it can slow down their application.
Well, it can't be a general comment.
Right.
It can't be a general condition because building permit staff need to know what they're looking for. And transportation needs to be able to say they've met the requirement or fulfilled the condition. Do you want us to put the memo up?
I can see on the memo that on variance number 1, they comment that there is no concern, and also variance number 2. Also, they said transportations have no objection to variance number 2.
Okay, so therefore, if
there's no need to
they said recommend, the conclusion is that they recommend committee approves the variance. So
correct. So
there will be no
will
need
not
to tie.
There's no need to tie. My motion will be to approve the application, only tied to the site plan drawing.
Thank you, Member Attarodi. Can I have someone to second that motion, please? Seconded by Member Bartolo. All those in favor? And this application has been unanimously approved. Mr. Wang, your application has been approved, subject to tying this to the site plan as was described by Member Attarodi. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about the last one, 47 and 49 Roselawn Avenue.
Through you, Madam Chair, those are delegated consents to be dealt with by the Secretary Treasurer, Deputy Secretary Treasurer. They're not for the committee members to adjudicate.
Okay.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right. Committee members, unless Deputy Secretary Treasurer, is there anything else that needs to be done? I want to thank you so much for your hard work and your patience with me today. And thank you, all of you staff members, for the really hard work you do. With that, have a great night, and I'll see you at the next hearing. Okay? Take care. Bye, everybody.
Good night. Take care. You don't need a motion to terminate?
Yes. Oh, yes. Motion.